The views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at talkrealsolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of talkrealsolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not talkrealsolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
All right. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions, and I am your host tonight, Tyrone Thompson. I want to thank you for tuning in. Today is February the 8th, 2024, and I want you to check out the YouTube channel. I don't have my 3-point plan to Black empowerment and financial freedom up, so I'll just skip that whole bit until I can get it posted somewhere. Yes, I'm lazy. I don't find it interesting to update social media and all of that kind of stuff. What's up, MJ darling? How you doing tonight? But I don't find it interesting to update social media and all that kind of stuff. I spend a lot of time outside just doing things, going to doctor's appointments. A lot of doctor's appointments now for some damn reason. I guess I'm getting old, y'all. But I do try to be consistent on Thursdays and provide entertainment. So I think the website is even down now. So good riddance. I don't have to do that anymore. But if you want to participate in the show, y'all know what to do. You just got to look in the description section or on the video itself and call into the number at 717-908-1834 and hit the access code at 917-324. And I'll get your mic open. I'll talk to you because it is what it is. I take on all comers. Hold on, let me see. This thing sounded low. Hold on, let me see. Maybe my computer's down. Oh yeah, I got my computer turned down a little. So I hope the audio is sounding fine. Whatever. Anyway, I think it's doing all right. There is some celebrity stuff I seen, but I haven't listened to. I seen Monique went over on Shannon Sharp show and sit down on the couch, and I guess that's a thing now, where people going to talk to Shannon Sharp about different issues that they have, celebrities. And y'all know my views on celebrities. They got way much more money and less problems than I have. So whatever drama that they create and come up with themselves, I mean, they got enough people following them and promoting that BS. But I will talk about it. I will make fun of it, but I don't really take these people that serious. They found a way to make it through society and be successful, and actually maneuver this capitalism to make them comfortable in life. And I take my hat off to all of them, no matter if I agree with them or not. I cheer success, because it's hard. It is hard in this country to come from, being at the bottom of society, if you will, and climb this ladder of success and actually, become successful. That's a difficult thing. And a lot of people, the majority of people, wind up spending their life in this rat race to where they're constantly just working to the graves. And I think that's the way um, people intended it to be. They only wanted a few to enjoy the successes of this planet, which is a damn shame for humanity. And just a little bit of this planet that I've seen, we live on a wonderful, beautiful planet, and I wish people could just see and explore this planet and just see different things um, without having to, you know, damn near kill themselves to do it. But fortunate for a very few, they're able to amass the type of money that they can put up or steal or whatever, and get to see this planet. And that's just the way it is. So I'm not saying that Monique or any of these guys don't deserve what they got. As a matter of fact, they do deserve what they got because they've worked very hard. They work very hard in the public eye. We seen Monique on the stage. We seen well, I didn't, but people seen Sanders Sharp on the football field, and they earned what they got, you know, and that's good, you know. So I take my hat off to anybody that's successful. But to jump on one side of the conversation and cheer one on, just like this Megan Thee Stallion and Nicki Minaj beef. What? What? Okay. I mean, to me, I'm thinking, you know, I'm a conspiracy theorist, and I'll let you know when I am. Those two specifically, there wasn't no beef going on. All of a sudden, they needed to sell some damn records. Oh, what you know? We're gonna talk shit to each other, and next thing you know, that shit blow up, and they selling records. I mean, come on, come on, something going on here. I mean, I don't even think they even had a beef before. I think they collaborated before. So now all of a sudden they got beef. I don't know, but you know, if that's the way you have to manipulate the people to get what you need, I guess that's what you have to do. You see manipulation going on social media all the time to get people to do things, especially when it comes to the black conscious community. These people lie to these people all the damn time. You know, tell them that they pharaohs and all this kind of bullshit. They from Egypt. You from Egypt. We was once kings and queens, and you know, my ancestor was Akhenaten and all this kind of dumb shit, and people believe it. They believe it. You know, somehow or another they want to be Egyptian, so they get views and they pay them money. They take it so far to where they offer these trips to Africa, and people collect money so they do what they need to do to manipulate the public to get their little money in this capitalistic system. That's just what it is. The black conscious community, you know, people get upset when I talk about the black conscious because it's a scam. It is a scam. We've seen scam artists over the years, and during their height, right? During their climax, everybody was interested in one individual or another, and just like leaves on the trees, each individual fell down from greatness, and the scam was revealed one after another, one after another, one after another. It just keeps happening, and people keeps falling for it, you know. Now, I will give this to white people. They hold on to their dummy for a long time. You know, these black conscious dummies, you know, their rise to greatness is fast, and they own greatness for a little while, and then they fall from grace. But these damn white people, they hold on to their dummy for fucking at least 6 years. You know, they got Donald Trump up there. He's the biggest fucking scam artist that ever existed on this damn planet. He's the biggest liar, the biggest criminal. That man lies so much. He ain't got shit on Umar Johnson. Well, Umar Johnson ain't got shit on him. Boris Watkins ain't got shit on Trump. All of these black conscious community motherfuckers, y'all ain't got shit on Donald Trump. Donald Trump will show you how to lie. These ancient Egyptian people, they don't have shit on Donald Trump. They don't. Donald Trump is the professional. He's the best at manipulating the public to get what he wants. This dude's so damn good that I think he's breaking the law. I think that he's breaking campaign finance laws, right? As he raised money and solicit money from his donors to pay for his legal cases. I don't think that that's supposed to be a thing. I haven't looked up the law on that stuff, but I don't think that that's supposed to be a thing. But he's so blatant and brazen, right, that he will tell you what he's doing. I'm collecting your stupid ass money to pay for these lies that I told in the damn court system where I broke the fucking laws at. And here comes Sarge reaching in his goddamn pocket. That's just what the fuck he do. You know, ABC quit spreading misinformation. Nigga, you the one. ABC is another damn. ABC bought horse medicine from Donald Trump. You see how that worked? They just get this man money after money. But these black conscious people like Young Pharaoh, that was a ABC did like 8-9 shows, literally licking the crack of Young Pharaoh's ass. And he was telling us about how great of a young man Young Pharaoh is, and the word that Young Pharaoh is spreading is good for the black community. You know, and I remember him doing all of these shows about Young Pharaoh and promoting Young Pharaoh to the black community. You remember that ABC? The same dude that rode a spaceship, you know, that actually got inside of a spaceship and flew into space. I guess that's what he did. You was promoting that motherfucker. Right? What happened to him? Next thing you know, he make a little bit of money and he's living it up, beating up women, and allegedly, I don't know what the hell happened to him, and I don't care. My point is, he rose to popularity in the black conscious community. He saw y'all as a mark. He used you, took advantage of you, and then next thing you know, he fell off of his pedestal. Nigga, I didn't do no multiple. Yes, the hell. You want me to go pull him up? Oh, the channel probably flagged down. ABC, you was licking Young Pharaoh's, you were just licking him. Okay? That is true. And not only were you promoting him here on the airways, when you was in that chat room, you that's all you did was promote Young Pharaoh. You was spamming his videos in the chat room. Nigga, I got a memory like an elephant. Your memory probably don't work so good because you take horse medicine. But I remember everything you did with Young Pharaoh. So stop lying. I mean, it is what it is. Just trust me. When I say it, it's true. That's just what it is. So they ain't no use to argue me with what the hell you did, because it probably got on my damn nerves, and I was like, why the fuck is this grown ass man promoting this dude over here like this? You know, I remember it. But yeah, these black conscious community, these ancient Egyptians that lie about Africa and our ancestors and our heritage, they have a rise to fame off of the suffering of our people. They embellish the stories and the history of our people, and they rise to popularity on social media and call themselves conscious, right? And then next thing you know, they're being accused of sleeping with 13-year-old girls, allegedly. Well, I guess I can say that Brother Polite, that's what he did. He had a big following. And people believe he was articulate. And I still say to this day, that man can talk. He's very articulate. I don't know what he's saying, bent over in them jail cells right now, but he probably tried to talk his way out of getting ran up in. You know, that's probably what he's trying to do. He trying to. I bet he wish he didn't put that Ankh makeup on his eye, because that's what them guys in prison gonna look at it as, is makeup. That tattoo around his fucking eye. They don't see no Ankh. They see makeup, brother Polite. You know, you put on makeup for them so they can run up in you, brother Polite. So all you got to do is put another one on the other eye, and your ass will be Sister Polite. But anyway, my point is with that brother is that, you know, he lied to the people. He stole from the people. And people called in here whenever you criticized him, and they would argue you down. They would say this motherfucker got all this knowledge, and he's spreading the knowledge and all this kind of the fucking knowledge, the same knowledge on Google that anybody got access to. This motherfucker went to Google, and coming from him, it's the best knowledge in the fucking world. That's how black people do it. I don't know why the fuck that is, but you know, they want to hear it from one-eyed brother Polite, and they elevate him to this, you know, master teacher or whatever the fuck. You know, I remember getting in an argument with brother Joshua, and this brother dead now, but Ronoko Rashidi, when he used to call in here talking about how the Central Americans, the Aztecs, are African. You know, and you know, I don't like to confront people, but come on. I remember having a back and forth with that guy, and he got angry. But people can't take the truth whenever you confront their idols, you know. And these guys, you know, I ain't talking bad about this man since he passed away. He's probably a good brother, but he was misinformed and misinforming the people, and that got to be called out. If that's what we're doing on social media, we got to share the truth. You know, I am not the holder of the truth. I will say that I have the most common sense in the damn world. I will say that I use logic way better than the people that I interact with. I will say that I have the ability to do that, to deduct, to discern. I will say I have the ability to do that, to be humble, have humility, and admit I'm wrong. I can say that I do that, right? And that allows me to learn. There's a problem in our community when people don't want to admit that they're wrong. And that's not only the black community, that goes through the United States of America. And I was talking about these people in the black conscious community because they get elevated to this level, right? Because black people literally don't know how to let them go until they step on their own toe. But the other community, the white community, the Sarge community, the ABC community, they will hold on to them motherfuckers with 91 felonies. With a civil conviction of rape. They will hold on to these motherfuckers when they try to overturn the Constitution, cause an insurrection in Washington that we watch on television, destroy the Capitol. They will hold on to these motherfuckers when we seen that they came up with a scheme in Georgia with a phony electoral scheme. They will still hold on to these motherfuckers. That's what white people will do. White people, Sarge and ABC, they will still hold on to Donald Trump. No matter what. They holding on to him so much, right? That today they had arguments in the Supreme Court. Oh my goodness. They had arguments in the Supreme Court today where you had these justices trying to reword, if you will, the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. Now, let me tell y'all something. When I told y'all about the 14th Amendment of the Constitution a couple of weeks ago, probably a couple of months ago, I told y'all that this was going to be a big deal. I told y'all that people in this country don't know how to read. That's why we got all this fucked up interpretation of the Second Amendment. Because they cannot read those 100 or so words in the 14th Amendment that clearly says Donald Trump cannot run for president. So our tax dollars, we spent tens of thousands, perhaps millions of dollars today for these highly educated motherfuckers in black robes to sit there today to read 100 and some fucking words over and over again to tell us, as the American people who saw the insurrection, that maybe we didn't see what the fuck we saw, and Donald Trump wasn't as involved as we think that he was involved. We had to sit over here for a whole hour today for these highly paid motherfucking goddamn judges to tell us that ain't what the fuck we seen today. This is what I say. These white people hold on to their icons because it went all the way to the goddamn Supreme Court where the judges was arguing for this 14th Amendment, third section, that tells you that Donald Trump is disqualified from running from office. Colorado got it right. Right? They know how to read. Out of 50 states, there's one state that can read the motherfucking 14th Amendment that says this motherfucker is disqualified from running for president in our fucking state because he participated in an insurrection. And then you get all these crazy ass arguments. He wasn't charged with an insurrection. Right? He wasn't charged with an insurrection. So you can't say he committed an insurrection. What? These people confuse me because I'm thinking that, listen, let me tell y'all something. I want the smartest cookie in the damn jar. Okay, I just won't, and I know I won't, and I intentionally wasn't. Okay? I intentionally wasn't. But these motherfuckers in this country nowadays are the dumbest with credentials. Supreme Court justices, politicians, news anchors, people that we see every day. These are the dumbest motherfuckers that I've ever fucking seen. Now, when I say I wasn't the smartest person intentionally, this is what I'm saying about myself because I chose to be a certain way. Because my path was hands-on, learning how to do, fixing shit, putting electronics together. That was me. I could do that all day long and I can still do it right now. Right? I know how to do it. And in having that skill, you've got to think. You got to think critically. You got to know what goes what, and you got to know what kind of current to put in what kind of device and what are the hole and all. I know how to do all that shit, right? But that's neither here nor there. But me using my brain constantly, all the time, allows it to grow. Me being able to critically think and assess things in conversations and see what's right and wrong. That's the way my thinking developed, right? These people actually intentionally went to fucking school to learn civics, to learn how to run this society, right? These people actually are in charge of people, right? And they still getting it fucking wrong. Look at Sarge. He claimed that he was a fucking state patrol officer. The only thing right that Sarge got that he knew how to do on his job was drive a goddamn car. According to him, you got your license, sir. You got that right. But every other thing about the fucking law that you heard from that dumbass on this motherfucking show, he was unqualified. He is unqualified. The only thing that he was good at as his job was driving. He wasn't no motherfucking police officer because he clearly didn't know the goddamn law. But let's do this. Let's do this. These words are easy. It's not a lot of them. And this is what they're debating. I just got carried away. Look, guys, I named the show. Okay, I'm done. Calm down, Tyrone. Woosah. Woosah. So this is where we landed at. The reason that I named the show is for the very reason the reason I named the show that is what I'm getting ready to talk about now. So after all these years, after all this time, after all of this corruption and this installation of these conservatives, this is where we landed at, that we're throwing the goddamn Constitution out the window at this point in time. We're throwing the Constitution out the window. I've heard Sarge call in here and tell me that Donald Trump had complete immunity. I heard Donald Trump say that he has complete immunity. This is why I tell you Sarge don't know the fucking law. There is no president in the past that has complete immunity. Why is Donald Trump arguing that he has complete immunity? Well, we know why he's arguing that he's got complete immunity, because he want to get away with crimes. But why is he trying to convince people like Sarge to go out here and promote that dumb shit? I was listening to somebody, I forgot who it was, and they made a great point about how you know Donald Trump don't have complete immunity. And presidents of the United States do not have complete immunity. Let me just Google it, because I don't know if there was an impeachment before Clinton. Andrew Johnson in 1868, Bill Clinton in 1998, and Donald Trump. Well, it looked like Andrew Johnson got impeached in 1968, Bill Clinton in 1998, and Donald Trump twice in 2019 and 2021. You did say that, Sarge. You said it. You said he has complete immunity, Sarge. So see, this is what I'm saying about Sarge. He's a dumbass. He don't even remember what the fuck he says. The reason that he don't, a president does not have. Well, if you didn't say it, the person that you are supporting is running around telling everybody that a president has complete immunity. So why the fuck would you support somebody that is saying something that you know is not true? That makes you a dumbass. If you didn't say that to support Donald Trump, why the fuck is he saying it? And why are you supporting Donald Trump when he says that? And it's anti-constitutional. He's saying that a president cannot be held accountable for any crimes that he commit as a president. He should have immunity as the president. You said the president has complete Article 2 authority. That's what you said, Sarge. That's what the fuck you said. You argue with me about that bullshit. Within the scope of his presidency, I said a president has immunity for those actions within the scope of his duties. Well, did Donald Trump act within the scope of his goddamn duties when he was running for office on that ellipse at a campaign rally, clearly, and told them motherfuckers to go fuck up the damn Capitol? No, he wasn't. Did Donald Trump act within the scope of his duty whenever he left the fucking office and took all types of top secret government documents with him to Mar-a-Lago? Was Donald Trump acting within the scope of his duty when the FBI told him to return those fucking records and he didn't do it? No. No. Was Donald Trump acting within the scope of his duty when he was taking all kinds of money from foreign governments violating the Emoluments Clause? No. No. But let me get to this point, and so people can tell Donald Trump to shut the fuck up. The reason that you know presidents don't have immunity, even within the scopes of their fucking duty, Sarge, is Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon Richard Nixon pardon, right? Says something in particular. I can't remember it, so Gerald Ford pardoned Richard Nixon for all crimes that he committed. Well, how did it go? Hold on, wait a minute. Somewhere in his pardon, it said it pardoned him for past and future crimes or some bullshit, right? Let me find. I can't find it. The same shit Matt Gaetz was trying to get pardoned for: past and future crime, all crimes, past and future, or some shit. Oh, here it go. So check this out. Gerald Ford pardoned Richard Nixon, the president of the United States, using these words, right? It says proclamation. Okay, let me catch up with y'all. It says proclamation 4311 was a presidential proclamation issued by the president of the United States, Gerald Ford, September 8, 1974, granting a full unconditional pardon to Richard Nixon, his predecessor, for any crimes that he might have committed against the United States as president. So what this means is there is no presidential immunity because this president had to get a pardon for the crimes that he may have committed as president. And Donald Trump is telling you motherfuckers that this didn't happen because as president, he should not be held accountable for this fake ass phony presidential immunity that he's making up in his goddamn head. See, history is a bitch. History is a bitch because Donald Trump cannot say that presidents have complete immunity. In the scope of his fucking duty, Sarge, Richard Nixon committed these motherfucking crimes. They were still against the law because he was the fucking president. In the scope of his motherfucking duty as president. And he had to get a pardon for the laws that he broke. So you cannot argue that within this goddamn scope of a presidential duty, if he fucking could break a goddamn law and commit crimes, that somehow or another he's immune. You can't argue that. Not when you have Richard Nixon getting a goddamn pardon. And guys, we went over this before. If you getting a pardon, what does that mean? You have to admit guilt of a fucking crime to be forgiven, to get a pardon. Steve Bannon had to admit that he stole y'all motherfucking money for the goddamn border wall in order for Donald Trump to fucking pardon him. So Richard Nixon they had to word it like this for any crime that he may have committed as president, because he committed fucking crimes. So you can't argue that a president has immunity, complete immunity. That is the dumbest thing. Bill Clinton. I think Bill Clinton got a pardon, right? Hold on, let me see. Oh, he had to make some kind of deal. As president, uses congressional power to grant clemency. He had to do something. I think he had to give up his law license. For his high crimes and misdemeanors. Something happened to where Bill Clinton had to do something when he got impeached for his little high crimes and misdemeanors or whatever the fuck. He had to make a deal or something. I don't know what it was. I can't remember it. You know, I'm getting old. Can't remember all this shit. And Google ain't helping me out with my little slow ass typing here. So my point is, Donald Trump is arguing that he should be, you know, have immunity. Now, because Sarge is in the chat rooms typing like a little bitch, that's why I went there. But what I wanted to say is the Supreme Court arguments today. It's embarrassing to live in this damn country, and this is why I was questioning the Constitution when I was questioning, and I still question the Constitution, because these conservative justices got installed on the Supreme Court, and they're not reading the goddamn 14th Amendment. They're not reading the 14th Amendment. And as I said before, under the 14th Amendment, Donald Trump is disqualified. And Colorado has the right, every state in this country has the right, using the Constitution, to exclude people from their damn ballot using the 14th Amendment. Because our eyes did not deceive us, guys. Our eyes did not deceive us. We saw what the fuck we saw on January the 6th with violence. We saw what the fuck we saw when they was breaking windows. We seen this. This is what we seen. Where is it at? We seen all of this damn violence. These people busting in this goddamn building. They wasn't invited in. Guys, we clearly seen this. We seen the damn tear gas. We seen these motherfuckers beating police officers over the damn head. We seen it. There is no doubt of what the fuck we seen on January the 6th, that they're now trying to rewrite history and say that this did not happen. This was a forceful and violent trying to overthrow the goddamn government. Waving MAGA flags. Hold on. Waving right there. MAGA. Make America Great Again. That is a Donald Trump emblem. Donald Trump name is on the fucking banners. The Supreme Court wants you not to look at this footage as they try to question whether or not Donald Trump participated in the insurrection and if he is a part of the goddamn 14th Amendment. Donald Trump told these people to go to the Capitol. Donald Trump threatened his vice president's life by telling his supporters Mike Pence didn't do what he was supposed to do. You can see a rebel flag in this capture. The racist that Donald Trump, Sarge, and ABC supports, right? These are police officers getting beat up by Trump supporters. You know, Blue Lives Matter, except for when it comes to Donald Trump. They don't give a damn about no blue lives because they're Messiah. Look at them fighting the police. This is terrorism. These are terrorists. This was a terrorist attack on America. And they're refusing to treat it like 9/11. You can see that rebel flag back there again. Y'all lost the motherfucking war. Why are y'all still flying the fucking rebel flag? And because the psychology of America is so fucked up, listen to this. Because the psychology of America is so screwed up, that these police officers confronting these terrorists are not shooting and killing these terrorists because of their white skin. They're not shooting and killing these terrorists because of their white skin. If these were black people attacking the police officers like this in Washington, D.C., there would be a sea of blood. Black bodies everywhere. But they're not shooting and killing these people because of their white skin. They're just walking in the Capitol. Look at their climate, ghetto, thugs, breaking windows, vandalism. The Supreme Court wants you to not pay attention to this because Colorado was smart enough to read the fucking 14th Amendment and say Donald Trump supported and aided the insurrectionists in my state, for one, and in Washington, D.C., for two, that's paused the peaceful transfer of power, right? That paused the transfer of power, the peaceful transfer of power, and put on hold the election of the new president, right? This was a real thing. Donald Trump did not hand the keys to Joe Biden as tradition calls for, like they normally do. That really happened. And America, white America, and Fox News, and the heavily conservative Supreme Court don't want your eyes to see what everybody on the fucking planet seen in America that day. And it works. It works. Because Sarge is in the chat room right now spamming defense for this bullshit that I'm showing you on the screen right now. He's a police officer. He's a fucking state trooper watching these people break the damn law, and he got blinders on. It works for them to sit up here and feed them this propaganda. They know some idiot is going to continue to ignore what the hell I'm showing you right now. Sarge called it a peaceful fucking protest. A peaceful. They came into the Capitol peacefully. ABC invited some fucking racist on the show named Vern. And TJ dumbass called in and they sit up here and ha ha ha. It was a peaceful protest. It was a peaceful assembly. Show me what's peaceful in this damn video I'm showing you. Look at that. What's peaceful about that? Trump 2020. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Trump 2020. Jermaine has some damn secret damn support for Donald Trump because he don't want to hear it. It hurts Jermaine. Oh no! I'm sorry. Let me stop. I read your message wrong. I thought you were saying I was above all that. So I apologize. See how I can concede when I'm wrong? See how I can humble myself? I apologize, Jermaine. I read it wrong. You will never hear I'm sorry from ABC. You will never hear I'm sorry or I was wrong from Sarge. I made a mistake in what I read there, Jermaine. So I take it back. I retract. Okay? I consider we all responsible adults. And no, you don't, motherfucker. You don't consider we all responsible adults because you were trying to get people to take horse medicine. Okay? But look at this damn symbolism that I am showing you now on the screen, and the Supreme Court wants you to believe that there wasn't an insurrection. That is not an American flag. Flags are important in societies, guys. Believe it or not. People fly flags to show their patriotism of their land. People fly flags for many different things. The flag is so important to America that we have our own flag code, right? We have I bet y'all didn't know that, did you? We have our own flag code in America. And the reason that you know that these motherfuckers are anti-American because they don't know the damn flag code, right? Here it is. I Googled it for y'all. Here is the United States flag code. There is a U.S. code 8, respect for the flag, right? Let's do this right here. It says, no disrespect shall be shown to the flag of the United States of America. The flag should not be dipped to any person or thing. Regimental colors, state flags, organization, institutions, or flags are to be dipped as a mark of honor. That means if you got a room and you got a situation where the United States flag is there, the United States flag is always the one that's going to stand up straight. Other colors, other flags should dip to the United States of America flag. That's how important the United States flag is. The flag should never be displayed with the Union down. The Union part of the flag is the blue part with the stars on it, okay? Except as a signal of dire distress or an instance of extreme danger. So the only time you should see the flag flying upside down is in a case of emergency or distress. The flag should never touch anything beneath it, such as the ground, the floor, water, or merchandise. Now, why is that important? Because you can see these patriotic motherfuckers on the right that wear their clothes made out of the American flag, that put the American flag on fucking hats and t-shirts. The U.S. code said you cannot do that. You disrespectful motherfucker. You can't do that. You can't even put them on your 4th of July cups and plates. According to this, the flag should never be used as wearing apparel, bedding, drapery. But wait. What is that man got draped around his fucking shoulder at a Trump rally? You disrespectful motherfuckers. The flag should never be used as wearing apparel, bedding, or drapery. It should never be festoon. I don't know what the hell that means. Hold on, I never seen this word before. Let me Google that. Y'all know I'm a dummy, so Google helps me with my little adorn as a ribbon or decoration. All right, so drawn back nor up in folds away. Always allow the flag to fly freely. Button of blue, white, and red. Always arranged with the blue above, the white in the middle, and the red below. Should be used for covering a speaker, desk, draping in front of a platform, or decoration. You ain't supposed to use the flag except for nothing on that goddamn flagpole. Okay? The flag should never be fastened, displayed, used, or stored in such a manner to permit it being torn, easily soiled, or damaged in any way. The flag should never be used as a covering for a ceiling. The flag shall never be placed upon it, nor any part of it, or attached by any mark, insignia, letter, word, figure, design. So all these flags that the Blue Lives Matter motherfuckers are, listen. These police officers are anti-American. Ain't Captain America, ABC. I mean, you was in the Air Force, so I shouldn't be telling you nothing new. Not unless, motherfucker, you didn't pay attention, which I probably think you didn't, you dumb son of a bitch, but you did pay attention to them horse pills. The flag should never be used for advertising purposes in any manner whatsoever. It should not be embroidered in such articles as cushions, handkerchiefs, and the like, printed on otherwise impressed on napkins and boxes, or anything designed for temporary use to discard. Advertising signs should not be fastened to a staff or halyard from which the flag is flown. No part of the flag shall ever be used as costumes or athletic uniform. See, all of these people with the flag uniform, y'all full of shit. Y'all breaking the goddamn law. However, a flag patch may be affixed. Come on. A flag patch may be affixed to a military uniform, a fireman, or a policeman, or members of patriotic organizations. So the police can wear the flag, right? They can wear the flag. But motherfucker, when y'all start putting that blue line through it, what? Y'all fucking up. The flag represents a living country and is itself considered a living thing. Therefore, the lapel pin, being a replica, should be worn on the left lapel near the heart. The flag, when it is in such a condition, no longer for fitting emblem or for display, it should be destroyed in a dignified and preferably by burning. Now, I showed y'all all of that because I was showing you this January the 6th bullshit where these motherfuckers got flags roped all over them. They hats and flag. The damn Trump rally got flags. They beating motherfuckers with flags. Flags just getting thrown all up motherfucking people's asses. It's just crazy. And the reason that I showed it to you is because the Supreme Court don't hold on. All right, yeah, I had to take a phone call there. But the Supreme Court wants you to forget all about this damn insurrection, right? With that dumb shit that they were saying today in that hearing about Colorado not proving by the 14th Amendment that Donald Trump participated in the insurrection, and not only that, the 14th Amendment, Section 3, don't apply to Donald Trump. That's what they were saying. SARS tried to pull that bullshit on me whenever he came on here and read the first part of this 14th Amendment, Section 3, and it says no person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of president or vice president or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any states. Now, I pause at civil or military under the United States. That's one of my first pauses. I didn't hear that argued today. The reason that I paused there is because the damn president of the United States is the commander and fucking chief. That's the reason Tyrone paused. But I guess I'm not no fucking law professor, but so I'm going to continue and find where they paused at, right? Or under any state who having previously taken an office, or a member of Congress, or as an officer of the United States. I pause right there too, because the president of the United States is an officer of the United States. Now, they debated that ad nauseum today. They had different opinions on that. My understanding is what I just read. That's my interpretation, okay? So whenever they land on a conclusion, then I guess I'll have to go with that. But whenever they say civil or military, we know the president of the United States of America is the commander in chief. That's military all day long. All right, so where we at? Or as a member of a state legislature, SARS tried to stick on that. Or executive or judicial officer of any state, he tried to stick on that. To support the Constitution of the United States shall have engaged, because all of these got commas. That's why I'm pausing on them, right? It's not like it's one sentence. They got commas. We looking at the commas. Shall have engaged in an insurrection or rebellion against the same. It does not say shall have been charged, convicted of insurrection. It says engaged. Right? What is engagement? Engagement is a speech. Engagement is support. Engagement is saying I love you after they fucking shit in the hallways of fucking Congress. Or giving any aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. And then you got a period. Now, this was an interesting part to me that they argued today that I didn't think about when I was presenting it. It says, but Congress may by vote of a 2/3 have each house remove such disability. So if you get disqualified by the 14th Amendment, which means Donald Trump is disqualified, he can have Congress by 2/3 of the vote remove that disability and say, okay, yeah, we know he disqualified, but we're going to excuse him. That's what that means. And you know, they was pretty clear about that understanding today. So how long did I talk? Okay, so I'm still talking. What else do I got? And if y'all want to talk, please call into the number, hit *61, and I'll get you on the line here. What else I got? But yeah, so let me just wrap it up right quick. And I see you on caller. I'm gonna open your line and I'll open it up for conversation here shortly. Listen, guys, I said all of that to say is that the Supreme Court, to me today, they had a very scholarly, constitutional conversation today, but it was kind of leaning what made me disappointed is because of you can tell how political it was in this discussion. Instead of listening to these judges interpret the law, you can hear them promoting an agenda, right? Especially Clarence Thomas and the lady, and Brett Kavanaugh. You can hear them promoting an agenda and supporting a political defendant, and they supposed to be removed from politics, right? When you listen to Jackson and the other lady up there, you can tell that they was reading the text of the law and trying to interpret the law for what it was, using the evidence that they had before them, and they did a great job with that. But these political hirees of Donald Trump, as a matter of fact, I heard a conversation today, and I'm gonna shut up here shortly, saying that Clarence Thomas should recuse himself from this whole argument because his fat ass wife participated in the insurrection by emailing these insurrectionists and supporting them. And not only that, Clarence Thomas is an insurrection. So now what you got is an insurrectionist Supreme Court justice sitting on the case about the disqualification of an insurrectionist president when the Colorado state is accusing the insurrectionist president of fucking insurrection, right? And you got a Supreme Court justice, an insurrectionist, that's going to make a decision on the goddamn insurrectionist president. What the fuck? Okay, so I'm going to shut up. Who's this unknown caller?
Mace.
Hey, what's up, Mace?
Hey, Tyrone. I was listening to ADD the other night.
Mm-hmm.
Why do they get upset with people that's doing their jobs in the news? Like he said he hate Joy Reid. He hate white people. That made a bit of sense.
Well, ABC is a white man himself. Mace.
It's Greg's cousin or something. But his name at ABC is ADD.
ABD.
He has attention deficit syndrome. He don't understand nothing. And he laughing like some Looney Tunes.
AB attention deficit.
Yes, it's ADD. It's not ABC. I figured out what was wrong with him. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. And then you find, like, when they get upset about what people say, they're not looking at what's being said and done. They just get mad because Trump told them to stay mad. He just like some of the people in the Congress, both of them.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10, what happened is he heard somebody talking about Joy Reid, so he'll write it down, or he'll remember it, or he'll bookmark it, and then he'll come on and try to repeat what he heard from somebody else. He ain't got no original thought on his own in his head. You know, that's ABC. You know, I don't mean no harm, ABC, but you know that's you don't got no original thoughts.
No, he doesn't. That's why he got ADD. I would be calling him ADD from now on, not ABC. Because he hate. I mean, I've never seen anybody hate somebody so much and they didn't do nothing to him. So if somebody's telling you something that's wrong, prove it. He can't prove nothing. And then he get mad with people that are doing things different than he do, which he has his little minions that he needs people to talk to. And then when they say something he don't like, you don't hear him anymore. I just can't figure that one out. I keep working on it till I figure that one out too.
Well, you ain't gonna never figure out ABC. ABC has landed in a position in his life to where he's gonna stand on what he stands on, and you know, that's just what it is. You know,
it's two things. When you find people like that, they don't have friends, and they get mad with people that are friendly to each other.
Well, you know, I see it differently. I think he got a lot of friends. As a matter of fact, his views allow him to have these friends that are extremists and racist. So he probably got friends like that, you know.
He has the ones that he can use, the little few that come on the show and talk to him.
Oh, okay.
And then Solution, he just talks about him and he don't understand what he's doing to him, and he's laughing about it. I mean, it's just like, is he listening? Where is he in another world with all that unnecessary things that he be saying? And then he got, well, I hate women this and women that. Anything a woman do, he hates it. That's got a job and in power. So that's my commentation on him. So ADD, get yourself together and grow up and stop acting like a child, because that's what children do. I like it. I like when they play the music and when they're doing things that you know where you're learning and you can always, somebody giving you something, you can look it up and find it. The Republicans don't give you nothing to go find. They just put it out there and leave it in the wind. And then Sarge and him get it and try to bring it over here and give it to us, which we're not listening.
So listen, Mr. Solution be calling ABC and on Saturday and stuff.
Oh, he just be messing ABC up, just doing everything to him. He's laughing about it like it's funny. He don't even understand what he's saying and doing to him.
Yeah. That's good, you know. I mean, there ain't nothing wrong with that. Listen, I don't have no issue with ABC personally.
I don't either, but
you know,
I don't have an issue with him. It's just like he just hates Joy Reid because that's her job. That's what she went to school for, to do what she's doing. But he loves Tucker Carlson, which Tucker Carlson ain't went to school for nothing to do nothing. But he loves him.
Yeah, speaking of which, they said, well, Tucker Carlson is in Russia right now.
Yes.
I mean, how does ABC feel? How do you feel about Tucker Carlson being in Russia, sucking up to Vladimir Putin right now? Literally, he filmed from Russia. I mean, get out of here. But go ahead.
So, but anyway, he's like one of those wind up dogs. ADD is, you wind him up and he just gets crazy and talk about nothing. Doesn't make any sense. Then he hate other people around him. He don't like to see people have fun. I figured that one out about him too. Because like I said, be going on through the weekdays without, we don't need Saturday night, but through the weekdays you hear music and you get a lot of understanding about things you haven't heard before. He don't like that. He want to stay on one track. Instead of him indulging with the conversation, he all over the place. So you can talk about me.
He's on a mission now. They all on a mission.
Yes.
Like Sarge is on a mission, ABC is on a mission. All of these cult followers, they're on a mission to promote a message,
Yeah, I was wondering what he thought about the man said the black Republicans, the one that wrote the book about the black Republicans, they were upset about that too. I heard Shelley having a fit about it, and he said the same thing. He said they used them. And he said, and then he gonna say the man was lying and got mad with the man that wrote the book.
Well, because you can't say nothing about their white daddy now.
No, and then they talk about, they can never discuss what's going on in their party or that group that they love so much. It's about everybody else, but you can talk about the group you're in, but they can't talk about the one they're in. They want to talk about everything but that.
That is an excellent point that you just made, because they do not ever talk about politics or policy, right? And you're absolutely right. They always, like you said, talk about Joy Reid or talk about an individual. Or use some talking point. They don't never talk about policy. Never.
Or what was said, or what was in the conversation.
Yeah.
We never get their opinion. It's like, we hate her. We hate him. They hate somebody every day.
Right.
But you cannot make us be a part of what you are. We are who we are, and you cannot change us. I don't want to change you, but I want you to use your brain that God gave you.
Well, that ain't gonna happen.
And I can't use your brain, and you can't use my ADD. And I want you to know that. So that was my opinion on ADD with himself.
All right.
He never learned how to share.
Well, so he's not, and that's just the way it is,
Yeah, he need to get him some friends. That's what people that don't have friends. And his little fellas that come over, he wants to be like Trump, rule them. And if you don't like what I said, I'm hanging up on you. I'm not gonna give you any more conversation out of here. He doesn't have realized he act just like Trump. So Trump don't have no friends.
Yeah, he don't have the ability to hold a conversation with normal people.
No, that's it.
And neither do Sarge, actually, because if you try to talk to Sarge, the first thing he start doing is yelling and screaming. It's funny to me, but hell, he don't know how to talk to nobody.
Yeah. It's funny. I don't hate him. It's just the idea of just listening to him. ADD got it bad, and he's trying to have a show. And it make you go to sleep. You go back to the archive. Let's see what he talked about. Oh, he talked about the same thing last week. He talked about it ever since he been on the air. I think Greg is his brother-in-law.
What, he said it?
Because Greg,
They get along?
Well, he don't never go on his show, but he always come on like through the nights when nobody, they having fun. And he just come in and mess up the whole show.
Oh, well, Greg is a troll.
Yes, Greg is just in the
Greg is
way.
a troll. Greg can't. Greg is on another level of not holding up a conversation. Greg is
Mhm.
Greg has been programmed to be anti-black woman. That shit, you know.
That's what I'm saying. But he should call ABC. Cause ABC, he'll fit good over there, but he don't deal with him.
Yeah.
Mhm. Well, okay, that's all I had to say. Until ABC, if he was man enough, he'll come on, have a conversation. You don't talk. You don't talk about people. You talk to them. ADD. So have a good one, Tyrone.
All right. Hey, what's going on, Miss Elisa? How you doing?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself, Tyrone?
All right. Let me see who this caller is right here. Who landed out open? Hello.
That's me.
Yeah, who this?
That's me. OC.
Hey, what's up, Big OC?
Chilling.
Yeah, you on?
Oh man, I just tapped in a few minutes ago. Hear y'all talking about ABC once again. You know, and I get everybody's sentiment. You know what I'm saying? I call in the ABC show every now and then, but I always gotta hang up because he talked too much. I understand that it's his show.
Yeah.
But he talks too fucking much, dude. You know what I'm saying? You only be having a couple callers on. Let's just engage back and forth. And, as soon as you start getting some points on him, he get a little attitude. And you can tell everybody know already when you call ABC. So, okay, you got to know when to stop. Because if not, you're going to get muted. And that ain't no way to carry on a show. That's just, you trying to be a mic hog and a dictator. On the show. But it's all good. I understand. ABC sometimes just trying to spark conversation, so I don't hold it all against him, but he don't do a lot of research. That's what you can tell. He don't do a lot of research. Shit just sound good or shit fit his narrative, and it's a conversation, because clearly wherever he heard it at, it was a conversation. So he bring it over here for the conversation, and I get it.
Yeah.
I don't mind, but I'm always going to keep saying the same thing. Somebody going to need to come on and tell me what Trump's fucking policies are. Like I told ABC, my thing against Trump is I don't think he's a good man, period. Stop right there. If we're saying this person we're saying he deserves to lead the free world, he deserves it. Can anybody honestly come on here and say he deserves it? He's lived a life where he deserves to run the country. I don't think people can honestly say that.
Right.
And if they do, that means anybody can do it. Anybody at this point. That's what Trump's proven. Anybody should run because anybody could do it because there's no longer any qualifications, especially for conservative. You clearly don't need to be conservative anymore. You could have had multiple wives. You could have been convicted. It's one thing to have multiple wives and be a womanizer. It's another thing to get convicted of it.
Right.
Now, if that don't mean nothing to the people that are voting for him, then this don't really mean nothing no more then. All that shit we learned in civics and in history class and in all these classes, if there's motherfuckers in college right now talking about Donald Trump's presidency, then it's a show. It's a show. Who else can you compare him to as far as other presidents? He ain't presidential. He don't do nothing presidential as far as what we learned as we grew up what a president should do. It's one thing to be yourself, but get into the position and at least act like you trying to do the job. You're not even acting like you're trying to do the job. And the people that support you, I don't believe anymore are conservative. You can't be conservative if you're supporting Trump. You're something else. If he does win, that's it. Then where does all those people go next? What do they do next?
Yeah, man. I mean, you made a good point there because he did a real disservice to this country by decharacterizing what we think a president is and should be and how they should uphold themselves. Donald Trump just stripped all of that away.
I agree. Because Tyrone, check this out. You take like Obama had to disavow his preacher because of what the preacher was saying. Bill Clinton had to deny he inhaled marijuana. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then you go further back certain things they had to deny, they had to lie. And those back in the day who got caught, who it came out that they had an affair on their wife, a lot different ones had to drop out of the race for president. And I can't remember the Democratic dude whose wife was a doctor, and he was doing really good. And at a speech, he did a hurrah.
Yeah,
and
I remember him.
You remember that? And it didn't sound right to people. Men running for president, women or whomever running for president, they had to walk a fine line, and they had to at least pretend if they were not above reproach. Donald Trump has been found liable for rape. He has been found liable for business fraud. This man was found that he was cheating with a prostitute when his wife was pregnant with their last boy. He all of the defrauding, and then they had claimed that that something needs to be done about immigrants are taking the people's jobs. It's been proven that he hired undocumented workers to work for him. He's moved his businesses overseas. Everything that not just conservatives, but especially conservatives say that they are against. Everything that evangelicals hold up, that's what they stand for. You are supporting and uplifting a man that has gone against every last principle that they claim that they are about. And you want to know why? Because they were never about those principles. They were never about that. It was never about that. He gave them dog whistles, and that was the only thing that mattered. Yeah,
remember, you got Republicans out there saying that Donald Trump is more Christian than Joe Biden.
There you go. And Joe Biden is a devout Catholic.
I'm just trying to compare it. I ain't comparing them, but, Joe Biden, we know that about him. They just saying that about Trump, and we know it ain't true.
Yep.
And I just go
his
back to
family said he's never been religious. His family says he's never been religious. He's not religious. They weren't raised that way.
Every time he's asked about a verse, he comes up with nothing. Nothing. Not the simple that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. Period. I ain't a church dude, but I can give you one.
Neither. I can come up with something too, and I'm not religious. I can come up with something. I put my mind.
Anybody who says 2 Corinthians, don't go to church. Nobody's church. Nobody. He said
that's what amazes me about this whole movement is how cult like all of these people got all at one time for Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is just like the worst person on the planet. I don't understand that. I really don't.
It's the dog whistle. He gave them dog whistles. And that's the only thing that really matters. All those principles that these people claim they stood for was a lie. Just like when Trump became president, and it came out that him and Vladimir Putin, they were getting along, and people was talking about they were in cahoots. And I remember when all of that was going on, all of these, flag in the yard veterans who fought in these wars and who grew up, Russia was the enemy, they was all siding with Putin now. None of that stuff, all of the stuff that the people claim they were principled, they're not principled. They're not principled. None of that
That's
stuff
what I don't
matters.
understand is because as a military person, whenever you go to training, Russia is the enemy that you're training against.
Yeah.
And I don't understand all of these vets and all of this kind of stuff is all of a sudden, you like Putin. I don't understand. Just like Sarge, dumbass. How the fuck can you not call this out, Sarge? I don't get it. I don't understand.
I don't get it. Well, I don't get Sarge because he's y'all said that he's black. But these white folks, I do. I get them. Because it was never about those principles. You had these, evangelical women groups and stuff talking about and I've watched them when they're in groups doing interviews, and they are asked questions about his infidelity, and they were asked questions, and they just go, well, people can change, and some of them just come out and say, I don't believe it. They're lying. It's never been about the principles. It's the dog whistles.
Yeah.
It's like that rich dude. It's like that rich dude that I was listening to said when this young guy was asking him, you seem to be principled. Why do you support Trump? And he came out and he said, Trump is very unprincipled. He's a liar. He's a grifter. He's all of that. He said, but one thing Trump, in a sense, has shown us white men, that he's pushing back he's pushing back the time of them not being in charge anymore. That's why he supports Trump. I was like, bingo, thank you for saying it. It's the dog whistle.
Well, yeah, they don't have any principles because they actually came up with this border deal that I know I disagree with. And the Republicans don't even want to agree with the border deal that supports most of the policies that they put in there. They don't give a shit about the southern border. So whenever you heard Sarge yelling for the past 2 weeks about the illegal immigrants and them coming over the border, they actually came up with a conservative border deal that these guys are kicking the can down the road because they don't want Joe Biden. They don't want to do it up under Joe Biden administration or some bullshit they're trying to do.
So it's not about immigration. It's not about the fentanyl coming over the border and giving it to the children. Not about that. Then people don't care about that. They really don't. It's the dog whistle. And until more black people who support this thing get a clue who they have, got in cahoots with, they just as dumb as them. But at least they have a reason why they support Trump, because he's going to them dog whistles is told them he's going to keep the status quo. They're tired of diversity. They're tired of inclusivity. He's going to keep the status. He's going to do his best to keep the status quo. So I get why they're doing it. I don't get why black folks are in cahoots with it, though.
Hey, who's this unknown caller line that I just opened?
What's going on?
What's happening, Jay?
Yeah, a lot happening.
What you got, man?
I mean, I agree with what she was just saying. Like, I'll just say that it's funny. They let him play around for all this time, play with the law. I think they're gonna get him though. They're gonna get him. I think they're gonna get him with the money though. I don't think. I just have this feeling that they're gonna let him slide.
You're gonna get his money. I agree. They're gonna get his money.
What I'm more concerned about is this Supreme Court decision that they got up there today. It didn't sound too good for the Constitution today.
They full of shit.
Yeah, it didn't. But I mean, the words are what it is, and it's not too confusing to read what's in that text. But they trying to.
Why they got to go through all that?
Yeah, they're trying to use semantics and what it mean and what it really mean and all that. That's some bullshit. It says what it says. You know.
They're gonna vote in favor. They're gonna vote in favor of Trump, and they're gonna vote. What is the 2 states? I forget.
Colorado.
The 2 states.
It's Colorado up there now.
Colorado. They're going to vote against them. They're going to. Just expect that. They're going to do that. And you know what? I think the liberal judges are going to vote along with them. You might have one dissent, but I think they probably
like the sister, maybe even a Sotomayor and the sister probably be the only two to vote against that shit. Maybe, but because they all embedded in that shit. Once you're in the family, that's it.
But see,
You know?
the problem is,
No,
the problem is with me that they keep yelling states' rights and all of this kind of stuff. So if they do vote in favor of Donald Trump, what are you saying? The state don't have the right to choose who on their fucking election ballots? That doesn't make
yeah,
any
they
sense.
do. Yeah, they do. But you want to know what? I was listening to a lot of different commentary about that today, and this is why I think that it might be unanimous, but it might have one, maybe two dissent. But I think it might be unanimous if for Trump on this one because they are skeptical. I can never say that word. Skeptical of a state being able to disenfranchise the will of the people to vote for whom they want to.
I heard that argument,
And
Elisa, and I thought it
I'm
was
not
bullshit.
saying I don't. And if they were to vote in favor of those two states, then you know what's going to happen? Other states are going to join in.
I don't believe that
and
argument either.
I do believe other states will because I do believe other states, not no whole bunch, but some others.
See,
will
the
join
reason I think that the first argument is BS, right? Is about the disenfranchisement. The reason that Donald Trump is up there is because he tried to disenfranchise people. That's
I
exactly
agree.
that. And one of the lawyers made that argument today is that Donald Trump tried to disenfranchise 82 million people. So the disenfranchise argument kind of shot over my head. The other reason that you're talking about the other states is going to do it. Well, one of the lawyers made the argument: if these other states decide that they want to attack Democratic politicians in the same way, they're going to have to either be broke the law or whatever in order for them to disqualify them. You just can't disqualify people because you feel like it. You know, there's a reason that Donald Trump is disqualified is because he violated the 14th Amendment, according to Colorado, and there is no other candidate that committed an insurrection. You know, everybody don't walk around trying to overthrow stuff. So those Supreme Court justices that put up those arguments, those was like red herrings.
But I agree with you, Tyrone. I agree with you. Mm-hmm. But I'm just saying what I think, why they're going to be hesitant to vote in favor of those states because of those arguments that was brought up. I agree with you. Donald Trump, he lost his right in the states. The states do have a right. Whatever state, they do have a right if they don't want him on the ballot because he broke the law. States' rights. I agree with you. But I also think the Supreme Court is not going to rule in favor of that because of what I just said. But I agree with you. I don't need convincing of it. Supreme Court does. But I think it's going to be unanimous. Maybe one or two dissent. Maybe one or two of them might dissent. But I think it's going to be a unanimous. I really do.
But I think
that sister still got some wit. I think the sister is going to be the one to do it. Maybe Sotomayor, but maybe not because she's already embedded in the whole.
No, how many liberal judges is it? Like 3?
No.
How many?
Is it? No.
Yeah, they 9 justices.
Yeah.
I think maybe 3 or 4, maybe 4.
Kagan, Sotomayor, and Katanji, right?
Yeah, Katanji. Yeah, this is 3.
Yeah, I think all the liberal judges are gonna vote in opposition to this decision. That's just my opinion. Cause there's no way in the world that the liberal judges can vote with the fucking conservative judges on this crap. This is crazy.
I think they will. But now, if he has to hear whether or not that immunity bullshit, because I know the federal court.
That's another damn argument. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, because the federal court in D.C. they voted that no, he doesn't have immunity. Now, if the Supreme Court decides to hear it, now I think he's going to lose on that one. I think he will lose on that one.
Yeah, but, it was somebody made a point about Richard Nixon. If a president had an immunity, then Richard Nixon wouldn't have been pardoned. You know, so
He
that
wouldn't have
kind of
needed
shoots
pardoning.
that out the
He
window.
would not have needed. Yeah, he wouldn't have needed pardoning if that were the case. He would not have needed pardoning. So I don't know. We just got a bad.
I think they fit. I think they also betting on that he ain't gonna win. They say, oh, you know what? We don't stir up the country in an uproar. We let him get through, and that really, to me, shows that the weakness of this country, because it wants to. It want to crack the whip and say we run the show, but now y'all pandering and oh no, we got to be careful because the country will go in the uproar. But wait a minute, you guys, the government, act like y'all the ones that run the show. So when the public starts acting up, you say no, we're controlling this shit. We're gonna be the ones that's dictating what's. Now all of a sudden y'all acting like y'all scared of the people.
No, Jay,
what happened?
listen. The Supreme Court full of shit. They didn't give a shit about what the country thought when they made the Roe versus Wade decision. They didn't give a shit.
That's true.
They don't give a shit whenever they make these gun legislation. They don't care. But all of a sudden, you telling me you want to be cautious. That's some bullshit.
They're full of shit. They're full of shit. And remember, there's shit behind the scenes. I think some of them like Trump in a way,
of course,
like some of his shit, and they want him
Clarence
to.
Clarence Thomas is an insurrectionist. His wife was an insurrectionist, so of course he likes Trump.
I think they definitely. So I agree. That's not gonna be. They're gonna rule in his favor. They're gonna let it run through, and I think they're also behind the scenes talking and saying, well, you know what, we let him go through, but he's gonna lose anyway. You know, I think that's what they're betting on, even though, you know,
that's dangerous,
they're gonna let him go.
Yeah, because Joe Biden old as shit.
Yeah, but I blame the Democrats.
I don't mean no harm, but America don't like old people. I'm serious. America do not like old people. We care about them, but you see what we do to them when they get in the rest home. They beat them up. They shoving them places and they talking shit to them. Joe Biden.
Hold on, bro.
What?
Hold on, bro. Let me tell you what the difference with politics is, right?
Go ahead.
Old people got all the bread. Old people got all the money, man.
They
got all the money.
Old people ain't going to the polls.
Yeah, they are.
Young people are the reason Democrats won. Young people are the reason Democrats won the last election, not old people.
Yeah, but young people don't put no bread up.
Right.
Old people are the ones that are consistent.
Yeah, they go. They do.
I'm not gonna argue that. I mean, that of course that's true. That's true.
And they go when we don't. They go when
show you the
don't.
rallies on TV, it be nothing but old people in them rallies.
And the primaries,
town halls.
they go to all of that. When the young people don't show up to those, the young people show up to maybe the election, but the primaries and them kind of things like that, that's the old people go to that stuff, go and be doing all the voting and all of the deciding.
That's where they be a lot of
okay. Y'all are absolutely right. Y'all are absolutely right. But when it comes to having a president as old as Joe Biden, I don't think America is going to accept that too cool. You know, that's just my opinion.
But you know what? I don't think it has anything to do with his age.
Shit.
I don't think. No, I didn't finish. I think those that will vote for Joe Biden, me included, because I don't like him, but I will vote for him again, hold my nose. It has nothing
just to
do
keep
with
the shit together. And
I vote for him again. I vote for him again.
Yeah, just to keep it together. It's not going to get any way better. I don't expect nothing super big, but I just say at least it don't fall apart bad. Right?
And it gives us another day to fight. And Jay.
Right. To get better.
And even if he doesn't make it to the end of his term, pardon my language because I don't like the term, but even if he doesn't make it to the end of his term, I don't give a shit. I will vote for his shoelaces. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I vote for him. But I mean, we should be able to talk about how old he is because he's really old now.
Did you see that one of the last press conferences he did a couple of days ago? It was like he wasn't making any sense. I don't even think Joe knew where he was at. It was horrible. But you know what? I don't care. He can stand there and go blah 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 blah. Blah. I don't give a shit. Not this. Use my language. Not this election. I don't care. I don't care if he lives and Kamala can take it on through. She has enough people around her for them to carry it on through. I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah, because the Republicans are broke because the RNC head, she getting fired. And Donald Trump is picking and choosing who runs the Republican Party. Now, what I was confused about is how is Donald Trump able to keep inserting himself in this federal government and that not be a crime? I thought that it's against the law to interfere with government the way Donald Trump is interfering with policy and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, he's just doing a speech.
You said they don't got a lot of money.
Yeah.
Where's the money going? Because Republicans got money. Not all of them.
No, Donald Trump got that money. Donald Trump is using that money for his legal fees, and he had somehow or another the RNC. I think we did a report on it. The RNC was giving him all of their money, and all that kind of crap. So they wasn't able to build up their coffers because they was giving it to Donald Trump.
Yeah, the RNC is in need. They need to build up their money. But I don't know. This is a scary time. But you know what? I did hear. I think this is dangerous for people to rely on this. But I heard a lot of symposiums and people talking about this. When you look at, like, Trump had his great victory. What was that, Iowa? And with the amount of points that he won. But then people who actually studied those primaries, the primaries that he won, and I think he won Iowa big. They were saying that, but you have to look at the amount of people who voted in the primary. And they said, and then when they do exit polling, the people who was exiting, who voted in the primary, and they were saying the amount of people who showed up, it was very, very low. It was very low. And like it was such a small percentage of the Republicans that actually showed up to vote in the primary, and I guess because a lot of them just didn't give a shit. And when they did the exit polling, the bulk of the people who voted for Nikki Haley, they were Republicans who said they were not going to vote for Trump. No way, they was going to vote for Trump. And even though he had a huge victory with a small group of people, but the exit polling showed it was Republicans who were not going to vote for Trump. And then they said, now you have to put that in a general election when everybody show up, the Democrats and the Republicans. If Biden can hold enough of the Democrats and those Republicans who said they would not vote for Trump under any amount of money, and if the Republicans don't show up, then Biden can pull this thing off. They were saying you got to look at the numbers. And that's what they were looking at, was the numbers. It just seems like Trump is leading, he's this, he's that, but nobody was counting the numbers of who actually showed up, and nobody was paying attention to the exit polling. And when some people lie with the exit polling, but that made a lot of sense to me. If the Republicans didn't show up in full force for the primaries, which no one does, but they said it was some of the numbers were abysmal in some of these primaries. And Nikki Haley, who didn't win anything, but she had a pretty good showing. Those were the Republicans who said under no circumstances they would vote for Trump. So you got to put all of that, wrap that all up in
They ain't going to vote for Nikki Haley.
No, not vote for Nikki Haley. They're not going to vote for Trump. I'm talking about the general election when it comes down to Biden and Trump.
Well, I'm saying these Republicans ain't going to vote. These Republicans ain't going to vote for Nikki Haley, even if she wins.
No, I'm talking about. What I'm talking about, when you parlay all that into, once we get to the general election, and it's come down between Trump and Biden. Those Republicans that said they're not going to vote for Trump, they're not going to vote for him. So it just depends on how much of the Democrats Biden can hold on to.
Right.
It really is that simple, how much he can hold on to. And if the Republican Party is split, and then hopefully Kennedy stays in the race, because he will cipher from Trump. we got to look at things like that because it really depends on how much Biden can hold on to, how much Kennedy will cipher away from Trump, and if those Republicans who voted for Haley said that they would vote for Trump, Biden might can pull this thing off. He can pull it off. That's the only hope. That's the only hope I got.
Yeah, because if we wind up with another Trump presidency, I don't know. I'm going to find my way off of this planet, and I'm going to go live on an asteroid somewhere because this is ridiculous. I can't do it. I cannot do it. I'm tired of talking about this man. I mean, we've been talking about this man for a full straight damn 10 years.
This is his last shot, man.
Jesus.
I don't think he can dodge every bullet.
This is the last go round. And if they could get him gone this time, then we ain't gonna have to worry about him anymore.
Ever again.
But if he gets back in, I look at it like this. I'm not 19, 20, 21, 22. I had a pretty good run. I would have liked to have a much longer run, but I had a pretty good run. And we just have to see and hope the institutions will hold up again.
Because it's not going to be pretty when Donald Trump if he get in office, because he started doing it by replacing everybody in the Pentagon, replacing everybody in the FBI, the CIA.
And he's going to really do it this go round. He's going to really do it the next go round.
Yeah.
And if he makes Steve Bannon his chief of staff, he's the one that's going to be running things. And he's smarter than Trump. And the institutions might not hold like they held the last time. We have to hope they do. We have to hope that they do. But I don't know. I'm going to remain, I'm scared, but I'm going to remain positive. I think Biden, depends on what type of moves he made, he might could pull it off again. He might can pull it off one more time. But I'm going to remain positive. Because I don't want the young people in my family to have to grow up living under a dictator, huh?
Miss Elisa, you know, the question I ask is, what's so bad right now? I know what the Republicans say. All
nothing.
They say is everything's going to hell. I understand the border stuff, but I live in a border state. It's been like that for years. And that's what I'm saying. What's really going bad besides the Republicans really just saying it, but really not with no substance.
Well, I'm just talking about his age. I'm just talking about his age, Big OC. I mean, that's other than that.
But see, for me, I'm putting them on the same playing field. You know what I'm saying? Trump, 3 years younger?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I ain't. That's why I ain't gonna do the age thing. Both of them old as shit.
Listen.
You know what I'm saying? Except
Trump got more pep in his step than Joe Biden.
But Trump is slipping too. He's slipping too.
Even though he wear a diaper, he got more pep in his step.
But he's slipping too.
But would you rather have pep in your step or somebody who got a sound mind?
I'm saying like that's the perception of the American people. You know,
yeah.
He looked like he
that's
got.
My perception.
Yeah.
I don't care if Biden don't know what day it is. Don't matter to me. I will probably vote for him. But Trump is slipping too, because when he does those hate rallies of his, and he's rambling, sometimes he doesn't even know who he ran against in what race. He mixed up names.
Where he's at.
Yeah,
so he's slipping too. So age isn't. They both of them is
Nikki Haley. He don't know who's Nikki Haley. Nancy Pelosi.
Did he thinking he ran against Barack Obama and all kind of stuff?
That was like he's losing it.
Where Biden is smart is, he only speak when he need to.
Right.
Continue talking and talking and talking and talking. Where there's just videos, speeches after speeches where he's just talking about absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
He's talking about nothing, and I'm just like, man, we're just at a place where the people that are going to vote for him are just going to vote for him. for whatever reason. They got their 4
for
points. It was rigged. Da 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 da. They speak like Trump is going to be president for life, and it just I don't understand the discourse right now. I don't ever remember a time where people were so behind a president like he wasn't one day gonna not be president. You know what I'm saying? That Donald Trump's gonna fix our country. What does that mean? I want to know what that means.
That happened over time. Big OC is to where they demonized the Democrats so much so, especially after Barack Obama, they demonized the Democrats so much so. All this propaganda, the Sean Hannity, the Rush Limbaughs, they constantly talking about Nancy Pelosi. They just demonized the Democrats so much so that it made it distasteful for other people to even think about, voting for the Democrats. And now that divided this country to where they won't even do a damn border deal, even though the deal says what it want them to say. It's nuts.
Yeah. It's a very right-wing conservative bill. And
no, it don't gotta be that, Miss Elisa. They already said what the deal was. You know what I'm saying? They don't want Biden to get no wins right now, or Trump don't want Biden to get no wins.
Uh-huh.
And you know what I'm saying? He don't want it. That's just politics.
But and if Trump were to win again, he ain't gonna do nothing about that border either. I mean, something needs to be done, but they're not gonna do anything because big business want it to stay just like that. And the stupid people are being manipulated, thinking that they're gonna do something. When Trump got undocumented people working for him, the whole thing is just crazy. It's just the way how the people.
Yeah, they don't give a shit about this country. Trump did an interview saying that he want the economy to go bad. I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm.
They should be bragging about the economy and about how the American people is working and all of that kind of stuff. But they so divided right now. They don't give a shit about this country at all.
Nope.
Well, I'm gonna say the Republicans don't.
I don't think hardly any of the politicians do. And the sad thing is, you all have children, and Tyrone, you have grandchildren. I have young people in my family and stuff. And it's just like, what is it going to be when they get to be grown and of age? What is it going to be for them? We had a pretty good run, but what is it going to be for them?
Yep.
With all this discourse and the boomers, I'm going to have to tell the truth. The boomers is the one, and the young people go along with, younger people go along with it, but it's the boomers that's still trying to hang on, won't let go. It's just craziness. And when I see black people, like Snoop Dogg talking about Trump is a great man. He has great, what did he say? He's a good man and he has integrity. He's a great, and I'm like, okay, you saying that speaks volumes of you. You did not hear that this man just was found liable for rape and was found liable for fraud? And you saying that. It's just like everybody has lost their mind.
Well, that's how smart. Listen, that's how smart the Republicans are, right? And Snoop Dogg ain't no dummy. He's a businessman. So those people probably paid that man for that ad or whatever Snoop said, and he did it. Shit, money is money. So the Republicans will play dirty-handed like that, and these guys don't care. If it's Snoop Dogg or Ice Cube or whoever, if you give them enough money,
price is right.
Yeah, you give them enough money, you're not gonna never find out about it, but they're gonna come out and say something completely contradictory to what they said before. Because the last time Snoop Dogg was like, "Fuck Donald Trump." Now he's all, he's a good man. So
he's a good man. Yeah, but you know what? I don't expect anything more if the evangelicals is calling Trump just like Rice. Tell anybody let him say anything. It's just crazy. And it's bad. I wish we could go back to how it kind of used to be, and it wasn't good then. But at least people used to pretend. Like Bill Clinton said, "Yeah, I tried pot, but I didn't inhale." I mean, I would go back to that time where they used to pretend they was upstanding. People don't even care anymore. They do not care. America, we look at the food on the world stage, and they don't even care. And I've seen some Trump, these little MAGAs that be at them hate rallies, and they was like, "Would you think it'd be okay if Trump was to become a dictator?" And they're like, "Yes." And see, these are people who don't know history. Yes, I think America needs a dictator, and you want to grab them by the throat. Because I told some stupid this young black girl, because she said this the other last week. I was conversating with some people online, and she was like, "It'd be okay if we had a dictator, and it could get people in shape and stop all the crime and this." And I said, "Do you know what a dictator is?" She was like, "Yeah, somebody." I said, "Well, let me throw one out there to you. He's on the extreme side, but he didn't start out on the extreme side." I said, "Go look up Pol Pot and then come back and tell me that we should be living under a dictator. Are you nuts?"
Yeah, anybody that agrees with that, they just ignorant. They're just stupid.
Are you nuts? Go look this dude up, and he's extreme, but he didn't start out extreme. And then you come back and say it's okay that we should be living under a dictator. You don't want that, because they might start out sounding like Trump, and if they ever move extreme, that's everybody ass.
And then, I mean, once he get in there, claiming to be a dictator, then he ain't got no breaks, because he said, "I told y'all what the hell I was." So, you know, they
no breaks.
Yeah.
No breaks. Go look up. Go Google and see what a Stalin and Pol Pot and some of these. And I could think of some other ones that I could throw out. Go look up these are some dictators that we've had in history. Go look these people up. Hitler, shoot, he was one. Go look up some of these people. And she never came back after I threw out. I said, "Look up Pol Pot." And she never came. She said, "I'm going to go." I said, "Okay." And then come back. I never heard back from her on that conversation. Because she probably, afterwards, if she looked it up at Google and she saw, you ain't coming back because you sounded a fool talking about we should live under a dictator. No, you don't want that. And I don't think a lot of these younger people that are saying that, they don't know what that is. They don't know history. They don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad how divided the country is. I mean, I thought that it would come together after Donald Trump was out of office, but these people just got crazier and crazier, and they still getting crazier. Especially when you got Marjorie Taylor Greene and those folks up there just nuts. They just crazy.
How those people got elected in the first place. I don't know how they got.
Well, she represents her district, so people in her district must be like her, just as fucking bumfuck crazy as she is.
Well, Tyrone, you would know, because look at South Carolina. They like to elect them kind of people too.
Yeah, Nancy Mace is from down here. Nancy Mace, Lindsey Graham, Tim Scott. They just as crazy as them damn people that they hang around down here.
So,
James Clyburn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Clyburn. And what's the old the guy who's been dead for a long time? That South Carolina, Strom Thurmond. What we talking about? Strom Thurmond. Yeah. South Carolina kept voting that man in, and he had one foot in the grave, and they still voted him in when he was in hospital.
Yep.
Almost dead. So come on. I don't know. Maybe we're just doing too much, but I don't think so. I have a friend of mine who's a sufferer, but we're not friends anymore. We're acquaintances. But told me that you all are so worried. You're so worried about Trump was president for 4 years, and none of that stuff that people said happened, and we're still going along. And I said, yeah, because the institutions held. And it was enough people in place to make sure that it held. We might not be so lucky the next time.
Well, what I don't understand is this was the biggest crime scene in American history. Literally, the biggest crime scene, had the most criminals, convictions, the most terriblest crimes, and we all seen it on television. So I don't understand how these people are still stupid. I don't get it.
I don't either.
Yeah,
I don't either.
we
But I
saw
don't
it.
think, Tyrone, a lot of people don't understand. They don't know history. They don't really they really haven't grasped what went on with that whole insurrection. What all was, a lot of people really don't grasp that. They don't.
But yeah, because they make arguments like nobody was charged with insurrection. And whenever when I hear that argument, I'm like, do y'all know what the fuck an adjective is? An adjective describes what people are doing, right? So you can describe what your actions is. You was participating in a goddamn insurrection. You committed insurrection. You don't have to be charged with it to do the damn thing. What you were doing, you was in an insurrection. You was trying to overthrow the damn government forcefully. That's what it was. There's no other way to put that. Yeah.
But your average citizen, they don't, because I was discussing this with my nieces, and they're young grown, and they didn't really grasp what all that was that went on. They just knew it was bad, but they didn't really. And it's a lot of old people who didn't really grasp what it was that really went on. And
yeah, it was unbelievable to be honest with you. But,
it was unbelievable.
Yeah, but we got videotape, and you can go back and look at it and see these people breaking these windows and kicking in these doors. And
but Tyrone, we grasped what was happening.
Yeah.
Because I remember, wasn't we was I was home working and cut the TV on and all that, and I had stopped working. I was supposed to be sending some files over and sitting there looking at this. Is this for real?
Yeah.
Is it? Yes. But a lot of people didn't grasp what really went on and what really happened. A lot of people, they don't grasp this. I look at my nieces and them, they're not dumb, but they're young grown. Only thing they care about is because they're in college, their friends and their clothes and makeup, and they don't care about
but see,
this
the
stuff.
crazy thing is the Supreme Court was arguing today whether that guy should stay on the ballots. That guy that caused all of that, they were arguing that like it was. It was just stupid to me. Why the hell? This shouldn't even be a question. This man he stopped the peaceful transfer of power, and he caused the election or the inauguration to be held up because of whatever the hell he did. There is no question about whether or not this guy participated in an insurrection or not. Hell, his name was on the damn flags. So this country done lost it.
Yes, Lord. All the way down to the average citizen walking the street. I don't know. But we had a good run. Depends on how it goes. I think we had a good run. Maybe the experiment was not supposed to last forever. I don't know. I was watching a documentary on PBS a few days back. It was a Ken Burns documentary about Benjamin Franklin. I would suggest everybody watch that. It went all the way up it went to the Revolutionary War. And when you saw what all those people went through to get their independence from Britain, and then after they got their independence, they had these historians on there and said when they started to write the Constitution, after they got their independence, they had to get it together because, 13 colonies, they all had to go along with it. And what they did, they fell under pressure where all men are created equal and this and that, and they should have known better. But they still didn't, they didn't get that right because they didn't include everybody. Women weren't included into it. You all know good well we weren't. And just like the historians were saying, and that's why all of that was revisited and the country almost tore itself apart with the Civil War, had they gotten it right when they went in there to write the thing. A country
Well,
almost
I mean,
it's
I
not
give them that. I give them that snafu because of the time period. Because of hell, they own
I
people.
give it to them a little bit. I
Uh
give it to them a little bit because that was the time, and that's what. But watching that document, a little bit that I have known because of studying history, everybody during that time was not for slavery. You had a lot of people who were anti-slavery and abolitionists during that time.
right.
You take like the Quakers, they were always against it. So it's not like everybody went along with it because everybody didn't go along with it. But nonetheless, they had to get the country going. They had to get the southern states, was that on 13, to get the colonies, get everybody on board. And South Carolina, which is always on the wrong side of history, they were the loudest, but nonetheless, they were able to get it done. And it was one thing they said that this woman asked Benjamin Franklin when he walked out, so what do we have? What did you do? And he said, he was telling about the Constitution, this and that. He said, if it'll hold. And then when I heard that, because he's basically saying, this is what we got now, but that don't mean it's always going to hold.
Right.
That don't mean that people going to always. So look at where we are right now. And that's why more people need to study history to see how we got to where we are right now. And maybe a lot of people wouldn't be so crazy.
Yeah, it was rough. It was rough. And I think we was heading in the right direction up until President Obama. Yeah. I know Bush was a damn racist and his daddy was a racist, but they wasn't able to blatantly display it like they. Even the Republicans was racist, but they didn't just come right out and say it because you had Reagan with the welfare queen and all that kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
But now they don't even give a shit. They just
they don't care.
They banning books. They talking about this critical race theory shit. That
it's just crazy.
Yeah.
Because you take like Lyndon B. Johnson, who was a bigot, a big old Texas straw talking bigot, but he finished up what Kennedy he thought of what Kennedy was gonna do with the Civil Rights Bill, and because I was reading some of his writings and stuff like that, and he said that because he knew what would keep the wheels to still turn in the country, you got to move forward. So some of this stuff that we were doing, we've got to give people rights. We got this stuff. We got to keep the wheels. So even as a bigot, he knew that some things you got to come down on, and we got to give people rights. And let me read this to you, something that Lyndon B. Johnson said. And this was let me find it. This was one of his quotes. If you can convince the lowest white man that he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on, he'll even empty his pockets for you. Now that was a biggie telling you how to get over on the people and how to make people do.
Well, but it should be Fox News motto because that's exactly what they do.
That's exactly, and this was a big hit, but he knew what it was going to take to keep America's wheels still turning. So we got to get this civil rights bill done. So we've had bigots and racists and stuff throughout history in this country, but somehow they didn't always do it right. They didn't always go as far as they should have with doing things the correct way, but they always seem to somehow keep it going. It's like where we are right now, it's like they don't even give a damn to even try to keep it going anymore. And that's the crazy part. That's why more people need to study history so you can see the craziness that's going on right now. And you can see how people are just willing to throw it all away because of what they want right now.
Well, yeah, that's a good point because they don't really they don't care about how it is for the future and all that kind of stuff. Like you were saying, like the grandkids and the future kids. And I see that with the space exploration. Um, Clearly the corporation said it costs too much money to keep in exploring space, but for humanity, I think that it would have benefited us to keep exploring space, but we just not. We put the power into one or two people hands to shoot rockets up there, and that ain't pushing humanity forward whatsoever. But you
Instead of
know, they
keeping
don't.
with that, they need to keep with that.
Yeah, they don't. We these people don't care about humanity. They want to keep it for themselves. That's what Donald Trump is doing. That hell, you can look at all them politicians in Washington. Whenever they start receiving their corporate money, that's what they're doing. That small group of people in Washington is collecting all the damn money, and everybody else is struggling. I was talking to my daughter the
Yeah.
other day about these cheap ass cars that are used, costing $30,000. I'm like, what the freak? That is nuts.
It is nuts. And the average person can't even afford to buy a house
Yeah.
anymore. They can't even afford to buy a house because the politics, these people are still trying to hold on, and they only can. You got people in politics denying that we're killing the planet, denying global warming.
Yeah.
They don't even. I mean, and that kind of stuff. They're denying that because they don't care about the future of their great 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 grand. They don't care. They just care about what they want right now.
And the fossil fuel companies have programmed them that green energy is bad. I still laugh when I hear that shit. That I can't believe people say that free energy is terrible for you. I don't get it.
It is. And when Trump be rambling about windmills and how windmills isn't this and
that's crazy.
And when they were saying that one of the main reasons why he railed against that is because some golf courses that he, I guess, has investment in, I forget which countries, and they have the windmills and they won't allow the golf course to expand or something other because of the windmills. And that's why these people don't care about, they don't care about later. Some things they do look ahead. So for as far as how they can make money and how they can stay in power. But when it comes to the overall scheme of things, they don't care. They care about what they want now. People like Mitch McConnell who freeze it and don't even. I mean, they don't care.
Yeah, and Trump kind of goes against what the party's supposed to be standing. They're supposed to be against the elites and all, but Trump was literally born with a gold spoon in his mouth, and he has a son named Barron. Who the fuck named their son Barron besides rich people? Barron.
They don't care. They just care.
Poor Barons.
They care about their money. They care about staying in power. Because like Nancy Pelosi, her too, she should have been gone. Somebody should. And what was the woman who had to die for them to get her gone? From San Francisco.
That old lady.
Yeah, that was in a wheelchair, and they pushing her, and you got Schumer walking with her trying to help to keep her steady. She should, and she had to die.
Yeah.
In order.
Feinstein.
Feinstein, yeah. She had to die to get, and you don't want that.
That's a Jewish name, ain't it?
Yeah, it sounds like it is. I mean, go and enjoy your life. You don't have to die. Go and enjoy your life with your grandkids. Ms. McConnell, go play golf. I don't know if he does that too. He has a daughter. I think he has a daughter. I don't know. I know he at least has a daughter. Go and enjoy your
Oh, that's German.
With your grand. She's German. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Feinstein. Yeah, Feinstein. Whatever it is.
Half of those politicians will be out. That will be a lot of empty seats if they leave because they are in there the majority.
Well, they need to, and Joe Biden need to go ahead and give it over to the California governor. He just do. I don't know why they won't let that man run for president. And I'll even go for that dude that was in Texas that one time. I like the way he talked. I forgot his name.
Old versus old, man.
And just like my senator from Maryland, what's his Steny Hoyer is 84 years old and still running. Still, I know he got a lot of power. I think he's like the second, first or second, whatever it is, for the Democrats. But that doesn't matter at this point. He has a lot of pull. But he is 84 years old, and he don't even run. Like, when it's time for re-election, I don't remember Steny Hoyer doing anything in the past.
Well, that's because them lobbyists, them lobbyists is buying his seat. He don't have to run.
He don't even bother. You don't even when it comes near the election, you might see a commercial, vote Steny Hoyer, because it's just like it's automatic. It's automatic, and they just stay in there. And it's like, Steny Hoyer's still alive? Yeah, he's still alive. He's 84 years old. And I haven't heard them say anything about him even trying to retire. He's going to be just like, with his Feinstein, he's going to be just like her. They're going to have to bury him to get him out of that office. It's ridiculous. And I'm not against, and it still has something to do with being ageist. These people need to retire.
Well, I'm ageist if that's what I'm ageist because they old ass need to get the hell out of Washington. They need to be some young blood up there in Washington.
I'm not. I just don't understand.
They don't want to let go.
To retire, don't you want? When that.
They don't want to let go that power.
I want to travel. I don't want to have to do this anymore.
They traveling. They traveling on our dime. Think about it. Listen, these people are getting a free meal ticket. You talk about
and
just showing up.
That's true. They
show up to listen. Look, if you think about that, not all of them, for the most part, the big boys in there they're seniors in there, right? Senior positions, been there for years, and they're old. Those people got apartments or a house in their state. They got an apartment in D.C. They're getting transportation back and forth from D.C., Capitol Hill, back to their house.
Free medical.
A private car service, free medical. They're getting a stipend to eat. They get free dinners. There's a lot of stuff. They're getting money under the table through these people, the politics. There's so much going on. That's why nothing gets done. It's like, how do you expect things to get done when the same people are getting paid by those companies?
See, that's why Cori Bush just got her. Cori Bush just got herself in some trouble by hiring her husband as a security and paying him all kinds of money. But she came up from the street, living in a car and all of this kind of stuff. And all of a sudden, when she getting all this money, now she's in financial, trouble. Not trouble, but, scandal with her husband and stuff.
They ain't gonna change until they change. They ain't gonna change till they change, literally. So they change the people, or they change their mindset on what they accept. They continue to make that money.
Yeah, cause Cori Bush and she was all on her messaging. I think she's from Mississippi, and she was talking that talk about what she was gonna do and all this kind of stuff. But now
one of them, Bernie Sanders, I don't mind him because he's still being there fighting and trying to get stuff done. So that's what I said. I'm not an ageist. I don't think age has anything, because Bernie Sanders is a good one to be in there.
Yeah.
But some of these other ones, like my senator, you need to be Steny Hoyer need to be someplace playing golf. Going up to Annapolis and play golf and live off your money. That's what I would be doing.
Look at Mitch McConnell. He ain't going nowhere. He's getting them perks, man. Mitch ain't going nowhere. He said until I die. Maybe he retires soon, but not yet. He's trying to get as much as he can so he can get up real good.
Has he stopped having them? Has he stopped having them pause sessions?
We haven't heard about it anymore, but I think he said this is his last term. I think he said this is his last term. What's the other guy? And I didn't know he was as old as he was. Mitt Romney. Now he said he said he's getting out because he can't tolerate it anymore. But Mitt look good. You got funny. He's wealthy. Hey, go live off that money.
That's right. I think for him too, with the ones that got money and get into politics, it's just about more power, more money, right? So it's like, I already got money. I just want the power because now I could run certain things that I can't do as a CEO. So I have CEO power, money, but now I want to step it up. That's what Donald Trump was. He was like, man, I could get this power and now could do even more destruction or get away with more shit and whatever. Take the ride, whatever ride he was wanting to take. These guys that do have money, they already come in and they get more money and power. But the ones that don't have money when they do come in, that are not leaving, they're holding on. And again, they're getting free meal tickets. Every day they go to work, they don't get shit done. They get that check. Not only that, they got people trying to persuade them to go this direction, that direction, stop these bills, don't put this bill in. And guess what? They're taking them envelopes. I guarantee you. Vacations. They said, why should I go on vacation and retire when I'm getting paid right now and I can take a vacation and I got some company that's giving me money under the table so I could go on vacation. So once you leave the job, it's like, damn, those perks is going to come out your pocket, even though you're rich and you made a lot of money in government, but you so power and money hungry that you don't want to spend your money. You like, well, I don't want to spend my money. I'm already used to getting all these perks. I stay in the job, don't get shit done, and I got all these people sending me envelopes, and I'm getting paid from the job itself, right? Aside from all this side money, free vacations, free food, free transportation, an extra apartment, and I don't got to do a goddamn thing. Once I leave, I don't have that power, so I don't got all these companies giving me those envelopes no more. Now I got to come out of my money. Yes, I got a couple of million in the bank. I don't want to touch it.
Well, and they go on luxurious. They go on luxurious vacations. That's what Sarah Huckabee Sanders got.
You think Clarence is leaving? You think Clarence is going to recuse himself? You think? And he's not the only one. I'm going to be pointing him out. He's a black man, but they're all. Why you think that we're going to get the justices to rule that he's going to be eligible to continue to vote? Why? Because a lot of them got that mentality, and a lot of them get paid by some of those people that support Trump. Think about that. There's people out there that they have that mentality of getting checks. They say, you know what? We just keep it going. There's checks coming in. If I rule this way, then I don't got those checks coming in. I'm getting them extra checks on top that they get that big Supreme Court judge check that is always coming. I mean, think about it. I mean, why would they do it? The money and the power. When they have already money, they want more money and they want that power. It solidifies everything. And then they go crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the justices, too. I don't know how many days or how much work they do, so I can't speak on it. But,
right. But do they work? Do they get those bills done? Think about it. We're talking about a mature government. Think about it, right? Like you said, some of this stuff, when they come with bills and everything that they're supposed to be doing, these guys they're well versed than you and me. They plan for this moment. They in government. Now the ball is in their hands, and they can't pass bills. They can't get things done. They can't agree. What are we doing here? This is supposed to be a mature government running a country, and you guys don't got it together. They want to impeach this guy, but they don't even got their camp all in the same unison. All right, we're going to get this guy out. Let's at least have everybody on board. Wasting taxpayer money. Oh, well, you know what? We're gonna go after Joe Biden's son. And they do this hearing, spending people's money, and they don't even got their ducks in a row. They say, okay, so now that you got this, we're here. Where's the laptop? Where's the evidence? They're playing games, spending people's money, and they have not gotten real shit done for the country. We got other countries right now that are progressing. We're going to look weaker. We got countries trying to plan and plot on us. All type of shit is going on, and these people are playing games. A mature, supposedly government. Old seniors
they playing to their base, Jay. They know them people that they talking to. They ain't talking to you and me, and they ain't talking to the rest. They talking to the dummies. They talking to the dummies like Sarge, that will come on here and scream Hunter Biden's laptop to the tip of his damn voice, and just repeating that dumb shit that they say. That's who they talking to.
But as all that is happening, the country doesn't move forward. Again, we talking about holding back certain things. They say they crying about the border. All right, cool. You for crying about the border. Now let's do this. Let's close the border. Let's do this. What? Joe Biden is willing to even close the border, something that he wasn't going to do. All right, cool. We'll close the border. They don't want to do it.
And
y'all complaining that they're taking jobs, and you want to help the people. All right, so let's say we ship out all the immigrants that don't belong here. Are you going to give the U.S. citizen those good-paying jobs so they could live a good life here? I'm talking about citizens here. So now that the immigrants y'all say they took the jobs. Everybody saying, oh, they took the. Now get them out. Now, do you have jobs for the U.S. American citizen here that pays good wages so they don't have to be struggling to pay their bills? That's my question. And I don't think they want to do it again.
Oh, dumbass. Dumbass
Where's Sarge at? Sarge, you listening, Sarge?
Dumbass Sarge just listen. He just wrote in the chat room that green energy is a hoax. See, how the fuck? That's like an oxymoron. Green energy cannot be a hoax, guys. Now, if he's talking about from the perspective of people selling and marketing and all of that kind of stuff, I don't even see it then. Because once you buy the material you need, all you need to do is set it in the sun or set it in the fucking wind and you generate energy. That's not a fucking hoax. It's ridiculous. Elon Musk approved to you that green energy is not a fucking hoax. He's one of the world's richest men off of fucking green energy. It is stupid.
I mean, where he came with that, and I get maybe where he's saying that it's not hyped up.
Okay, I only got so much space to put shit in the video, okay, in the chat room, okay? I got to cut some words out. You know damn well what I mean. I'm talking about the basis for this rush, this mandated switch to green energy. That is a hoax. The rationale for it is complete bullshit.
So green energy is not a hoax.
Let me say it again. What I just said, Negro. I said because I only got so much space with so many words in the chat room at one time, I decided to leave out a few. The rationale for the mandated madcap rush to green energy while we get rid of fossil fuels and while we get adequate technology to replace it is bullshit. And it's not even as useful as bullshit because your bullshit can at least fertilize something.
I heard that. But since you're on the air and you're able to speak, I'm asking you, so green energy is not a hoax then?
What did I just say? Negro, are you capable of inductive reasoning?
I'm using your words, sir.
No, it's not a hoax.
Okay, there we go.
That was an improper term. No, goddammit, will you get off making mountains out of molehills?
That's all I wanted you to say. Okay, we good.
All you can do is make mountains out of molehills.
We good then.
Oh, and by the way, hey, I'm going to send you something. I don't know why I'm sending you this. You don't deserve to see this, but I'm going to send it away. A guy who I was a buddy with in my outfit over there across the water sent me a YouTube video. You can see him at 33 seconds of the video. 33 seconds of the video, you can see me riding down the road in my tank on a convoy escort mission. I just thought I'd send it to you for shits and grins. You want to see it or not?
Okay, you can send it.
Do you want to see it or not?
Yeah,
you know what? I won't send it to your ass.
You can send it.
I'm going to put it right here in the chat room. It's right there in the chat room if you care to see it. Like I said, he comes on at 33 seconds of the video. I come on at 37, riding in the tank commander's hatch behind my 50 caliber machine gun.
So that's evidence that you were in the military. And
I don't give a damn what you think it is. You can look at it and decide what you want. I don't care.
Sure it wasn't
I don't care. I'm through trying to convince you niggas of anything.
You sure
I just said, I'm through trying to convince you niggas of anything. You just make up your own mind.
It wasn't a green screen.
Sarge,
it was a green screen, nigga. I don't give a fuck what you think.
I'm looking at it, Sarge. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, you go to 33 seconds of the video, you'll see my buddy. He sent me the video. He said, man, I think that's you. And I took a look at it and said, damn sure is. I remember giving the peace sign to the cameraman and I was going by. And that's
You
me.
said 30?
37 seconds of the video.
37 seconds? Okay, I'm getting ready to get there, so hold on.
What was that? USAA?
Let me try to play it for y'all so y'all can see Sarge.
I'm looking
37 seconds, you see me. You see my pal who sent me the link to the video at 33. He was a Charlie Company tank commander.
That was you who did the peace sign?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, yeah, I saw it. Go ahead, Sarge. All right.
So let's send Sergeant Award right now. An empty bag of nothing. All right, Sarge? You get an
what you
empty
send me,
bag of
nigga.
nothing.
Just for your information. You can take it what you as you will.
All right. All right.
Yeah, I saw it.
Like I said, my buddy comes on at 33 seconds, and I'm on at 36 or 37.
All right, so now
watch this. Watch right after this. You see my friend. That's my friend.
There goes
Sarge. Right there.
Sarge.
Thank standing behind the machine. That's me right there.
There goes Sarge. There goes Sarge. And what I'm trying to figure out is how this guy right here that we're looking at, how did he become a Vladimir Putin supporter?
Right.
I don't understand.
Hey, I got news for you, Jack. I was the one in the 3rd Armored Division waiting for the 1st Ukrainian Guards tank army to come through to pull the gap.
Putin wasn't around. And
I don't understand how this guy became.
I didn't say he was, but I was getting ready to fight Russians and Ukrainians back then because they were all part of the Soviet Union.
And that's relevant because Putin was not the leader at the time, so you was ready to go at them at that time, and they were the USSR. There wasn't no damn Russia, right?
I don't understand how this guy became a supporter of Vladimir Putin.
Well, can I ask a question? Sarge, where were you guys at? Where did you say you were?
I was in Quang Tri Province, South Vietnam. I was with 2 different units. That was when I was with the A Company, 1st Battalion, 77th Armor, and I was with the B Company, 1st 61st Infantry. That was mechanized infantry. So I was with 2 different units. But when that figure was taken, I was with Alpha Company, 1st 77th Armor.
Okay, look at you. Look at Sarge. All right now. I like seeing things like that. Thanks for sharing. Don't pay them no attention. I like seeing things. I had uncles and all of them. No, don't laugh. No, I like seeing things like that.
No, I give, listen.
I had 2 uncles fought in Vietnam.
Well, no, I mean, I give him credit. He had good sense back in the day. I mean, he clearly had. He was clearly in his right mind back then, but I don't know what the fuck happened since.
Listen. As much I go back and forth with Sarge, one thing I can't take away: if he was in the military and he put his time in, that's something I didn't do. So I give him his respect on that for sure. And I got family also that was in the military, so I respect people that put in that time because they actually got in the mud. So I give you respect, Sarge, on that.
Here's what I want you guys to do. I want you guys to look at about 3 minutes and 19 seconds into that video. There's something you need to see. You'll see a bunch of dead Marines stacked on top of a tank like the one I had. I want you to remember them. Give them the respect. Give them the respect. You ain't got to give me shit. I got mine since I've been out, but give it to them.
Why would we want to look at that?
Can I say something? Like I said, I had 2 uncles that were over in Vietnam. Some relatives who didn't make it back home. One cousin who did make it back home without both his legs. So I give respect to anybody because a lot of these people that are living now, young people, they don't have a clue. And would they be able to do that? I don't think so. So I give much respect.
No. Lisa, I'm gonna have to correct you. These young people are doing that, and they did it in places like Afghanistan. And Sarge ain't taking nothing away from you guys.
No, I'm not talking about them. I'm just talking about
the Gen X that ain't doing shit.
And
the internet sensations.
And the millennials and those after that.
Right. They think that working doesn't mean that working is being a YouTube page and shit.
That's who I'm talking about. Because right now the military, even with the wars and stuff it's voluntary. I'm talking about those who wouldn't even have the guts to volunteer.
if something war or something broke out. That's what I'm talking about, them.
Mm-hmm.
But they have a lot to say. That's who I'm talking about.
Stop it right there, Tyrone. Stop it right there.
I'm not gonna stop it
Those
there.
men there, they didn't come back. See that? They didn't come back.
We seen it.
Give them that respect.
We seen it.
Sarge, we respect them. We can't do nothing about it. I mean, all we do is say, we pay homage to them.
I'm telling you, I've seen things like that. They sometimes they stack the dead on top of our tank, and we pull them back. Not quite that many, but 2 or 3 or 4. And you give respect to them guys. Them the ones that should deserve the respect and the honor.
I do. And my grandfather made it back from World War II. And we had a Tuskegee Airman, Red Tail. He made it back. So I give respect. I do. I give respect to that.
Well.
Remember,
we had three Georgia reservists in the service of this country. And by the way, that administration really pissed me off, saying they died for the administration. Now, any motherfucker that say something like that ain't got no business speaking for any administration, because I don't think even Biden meant to say anything that stupid. They were there at the behest. His orders had them there, but they died in the service of their country.
I give respect to that. Regardless
you got that stupid press secretary who doesn't know what to say that's proper.
But regardless of how the conflicts, the wars, all of that aside, those who gave their life and those who fought in it, that's who I give respect to.
Well, I appreciate that you do, sis, and you should. Because I think all of it is, and that's one thing I got to appreciate about liberals like Steven Spielberg and Tom Hanks. Now, they may be liberals, but they did justice to Band of Brothers, The Pacific, and now this thing called Masters of the Air on Apple. And by the way, Masters of the Air has a segment in it when one of these heavy bomber crewmen gets shot down, he gets put in the POW camp. They're going to show his interaction with some Tuskegee Airmen who were shot down and were in the same prisoner of war camp. So that's in this latest thing that they did too. They did give honor to the greatest generation. They may be liberals, but they sure did them justice.
As they should, regardless of how the conflict got started, as they should. And I think too many people get bogged down in how the war, the conflict got started, instead of those who had to fight it and those who lost their lives. I give respect to that.
Oh, I certainly hope so, because I still remember those guys to this day. I mean, their faces are every bit as vivid as in the moments before I saw them before they died. I mean, they were great guys, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for some of them. I'll tell you that right now. I wouldn't be here. And
my thing is, you're watching your country get transformed into something that you were fighting against. And I don't understand how you could go from what we've seen in that video to your position right now. And it's just confusing to me how I don't get it. I don't see how you guys cannot not see what's in front of your own fucking face right now.
Well, I think that's the crux of the matter. You don't see it. I do.
Okay, well, I don't.
I see the invasion of my country by military-age males and a alleged president of the United States prepared or at least floated the idea of sending troops to stop a governor who's stopping an invasion of the country. Now, I would love to see him try to sell that one politically.
Now, watch this right here. I'm going to ask you a question. Are Democrats your enemy?
Any Democrat who believes that is my enemy, yes.
See, that guy that was on that video. No, goddamn it. Let me finish.
Any Democrat who believes that you should send federal troops to stop a governor who's attempting to prevent an invasion of the United States is my enemy.
Okay, so you shut up. What they just tried to do was come together with a bipartisan bill to do exactly what you're complaining about. But my point is, who we seen in that video, there was Democrats and Republicans in your video, and you would not call any of those people your enemy because they're all Americans. So whenever you're saying that an American, because of their political affiliation, is your enemy, there's something happened between that time on that video until now to where you've been brainwashed to think that the people that you share a goddamn country with is your goddamn enemy. There's something wrong with you.
Let me explain to you what's wrong with that bill, because again, unlike you, when they do this shit, I read.
We don't need to hear your talking points.
Then you don't want to know why I oppose it.
Well,
see what I mean about you?
Well, we don't.
You act like I'm opposing it for no reason whatsoever.
Well, we're going to hear the same thing that Fox News said from you.
Nigga, I read the bill. I didn't need Fox News to tell me how to read, you semi-literate son of a bitch. I read it. Now, goddamn it, don't sit there and act like I ain't got a mind to comprehend with and eyes to read with.
You don't.
Listen here. Let me tell you what's in that bill. What's in that bill is the codification of 2.5 million illegal aliens a year. To allow legally 2.5 million illegal aliens to take up residence in the United States every year before it triggers the provision to shut down the border. That's in the bill. That alone is enough reason to oppose it, no matter what else is in there. He doesn't need any of that to shut down the border. He's got all the authority he needs right now as an emergency decree. It's already there in legislation. Joe Biden has the power to do it right now. He paid $140,000 a day to contractors until the expiration of the contract who didn't build the wall. Rather than let them build the wall for which the monies and materials are already allocated, he chose to give them $140,000 a day to do nothing.
Okay, so I heard what you said, but the bill that you're complaining about right now has less immigrants allowance than HR 2, which is the bill that you support. Do you understand that?
The only bill I'm going to support is the ideal goal of 0 illegal aliens a year. And I know practically it's not possible, but that should be the goal.
But the Republicans...
0, not 8,000 a day.
It wasn't 8,000, it was 5,000. But
okay,
the
5,000 a day, 100 a day.
But the Republican bill allowed more immigrants than that. Do you understand that?
I don't care. Well, they're full of shit too. I get them all until they get a bill that says no illegal aliens is the goal. I'm not going to be satisfied with anything else. We don't need another one.
Shut up. Let me ask you this right here since it's on my mind. Didn't you say that President Trump had immunity as the president?
You're a liar. I didn't say that. Stop saying it. What did you say that? I didn't say that. I said the president has immunity for any action within the scope of his duties, even if he's wrong about it.
Even if he breaks the law?
What did I just say? Breaking the law is not in the scope of his presidential duties.
Well, so if Donald Trump broke the law...
Do you not understand what words and phrases mean?
So if Donald Trump broke the law, then he don't have immunity.
If he willfully... Look, right now, we got a counsel saying when this motherfucker Biden was a senator, that even though they said in their opinion and analysis, he willfully and illegally broke the law by retaining classified documents. Under any stretch of the imagination, he had no business possessing whatsoever. He was never a president at that time.
That was not my
even
question,
though he did that, we're not going to prosecute him.
That wasn't my question.
Because he didn't mean to do it.
That wasn't my question.
Here we go.
No, I'm just answering your question with a statement of fact.
Diversion.
Yeah.
I'm answering your question
so
with
if
a
Donald
statement
Trump,
of fact, and you can't seem to draw the correlation.
Dance.
So Donald Trump.
Here's what I mean about you. You are utterly dishonest. You cannot draw meaningful correlations when I present them to you.
So are you telling me that Donald Trump is wrong when he's out here asserting that he should have full presidential immunity for everything?
Okay, if he says that, he's wrong. I never said that. I don't care what he says. He's wrong about that. But he's correct to say nothing he did under the charges he's presented with was not within the scope of his presidential authority.
Listen,
That's what I'm saying.
listen.
He doesn't
Hold on. Wait a minute.
absolute immunity.
Let me stop you right now. Because collecting voting machines is not within his presidential authority. Calling Brad Raffensperger, shut the fuck up. Okay, you gonna shut up and listen to me, motherfucker. Collecting voting machines is not within his presidential authority. Calling Brad Raffensperger, asking for 11,000 goddamn votes is not within his presidential authority. Whenever he called Michigan and those other states and telling them to put these fake fucking electros up there, whenever he's trying to kill Mike Pence, all of that is not within his presidential authority. Holding fucking documents down there at Mar-a-Lago, top secret, nuclear secrets, that is not within his presidential authority. So this a whole list. Collecting over $40 million from foreign countries, violating the emoluments clause, is not within his presidential authority. So you and I are in agreement, sir. He is not immune from none of that shit that I just said. So we agree on that. Good Lord.
Tyrone.
What?
Everything you outlined was misleading and distorted. Every single thing you said.
I didn't hear the phone call?
First of all, if Donald Trump was a private citizen, he would have the right to call the Secretary of State and tell him what he believed to be irregularities and frauds in any election, to say nothing of the fact that he's president of the United States and he is bringing to the attention of the Secretary of State with responsibility to oversee elections what he reasonably believes, are irregularities and fraud in the election. Don't give me that. That's not true.
Any candidate running for office, guys, what they do is they put their name on the goddamn ticket and they wait for the goddamn results. They do not interfere with the goddamn process. No candidate does that. But when Donald Trump did it with that 11,000 vote call, it's okay with Sarge for him to interfere with the goddamn results of a goddamn election. You full of shit, Sarge.
Donald Trump did not give one order to Secretary of State Raffensperger.
Bullshit.
He brought to his attention the things that he believed were wrong about the election, and he left it up to that official to do something about it. And when he didn't do what Trump thought he ought to do, he brought it to the attention of the world. I have no problem with that.
Oh, okay. Well,
he didn't order him to do anything because he had no authority to order him to do anything.
He threatened him on the phone and told him that.
Bullshit.
Okay.
Says you.
He
just made that up.
He told him that things could turn out bad for him if he didn't make the right goddamn decision.
Okay. So that means that therefore he was extorting him, right? You're full of shit.
That was a threat.
But Joe Biden being a senator of the United States, having tens of thousands of documents in possession that he had no authority whatsoever under any construence whatsoever, is okay. And he don't need to be charged with anything.
We're not talking about Biden.
That's what I mean about you, man. I mean, I swear to God, you are the most. If one was single, double, triple, and quintuple standards, you'd have no standards at all.
Okay, well, check this out. Listen. This is Donald Trump's right-hand man. I want you to pay attention.
What Trump's going to do is just declare victory, right? He's going to declare victory. But that doesn't mean he's the winner. He's just going to say he's the winner.
So now hearsay is supposed to be evidence?
More of our people vote early that count. Theirs voted mail. And so they're going to have a natural disadvantage, and Trump's going to take advantage of it. That's our strategy. He's going to declare himself a winner. So when you wake up Wednesday morning, it's going to be a firestorm. We're going to have Antifa crazy, the media crazy, the courts are crazy, and Trump's going to be sitting there mocking, tweeting shit out. You lose. I'm the winner. I'm the king. And he'll be all over. He'll be going, where's Hunter? Is Hunter on a crack pipe? I mean, no, he'll be, because then it doesn't matter. Remember, here's the thing. After then, Trump never has to go to a voter again. He's going to fire Ray, the FBI director, and fire the CEO, and say, fuck you. How about that? Because he's never going to, he's done his last election. Oh, he's going to be off the chain. He's going to be crazy. Also, if Trump is losing by 10 or 11 o'clock at night, it's going to be even crazier. No, because he's going to sit right there and say they stole it.
Agree.
I'm directing the Attorney General to shut down all ballot places in all 50 states. It's going to be no. He's not going out easy. If Biden's winning, Trump is going to do some crazy shit.
Case closed, nigga. Case closed.
Oh,
I mean, shit.
Hearsay is case closed.
Listen, shut up, y'all.
Hey, tell me about
this
what
was
you know
Donald
about the
Trump.
law again.
This was
Tell me
Donald
what you know
Trump.
about the
Shut
rules
the
of
fuck
evidence
up.
again.
Shut the fuck up. This was Donald Trump's political strategist and advisor, and this was way before the election, as y'all can hear. And everything that Steve Bannon just said, Donald Trump did. He played it out to the T. He falsely claimed that the fucking shit was stolen. He said that he wanted the goddamn polling places shut down. He was screaming to the fucking high heavens that fraud. So y'all heard Steve Bannon predict what Donald Trump was going to do, Sarge. Are you stupid? I mean, literally, are you that damn dense?
Do you want to hear all of the irregularities and fraud that was corroborated by audit in Georgia? I guess you really don't want to, because it'll destroy your case. You don't want to hear it. But I know about it, and we all know about it. And if and when that shit hit the Bonnie Willis gets her case in court, we're going to be able to bring it all up.
Listen to what I'm trying to tell you, sir. You just heard from the gentleman that took the build the wall money from you guys and then actually planned ahead of time to fucking steal the goddamn election, Sarge. And you want to talk about Fannie Willis right now. Nigga, you've been
such a legal eagle. I'm not paying attention to any goddamn hearsay from Steve Bannon.
That is not
what
hearsay.
What I'm going to go on is with
Do you know what hearsay
evidence.
is, sir? Do you know what hearsay is, sir? That is not hearsay.
Yeah, I do. You don't, apparently. Hearsay, let me tell you what hearsay is. First of all, I should ask you to give me the definition first, because you clearly don't know, but I can give you the definition. Hearsay amounts to testimony or words that are given to prove the truth of something when that person who made them is not testifying to them. That's hearsay.
Okay,
now,
so hold on right
there.
there.
But now you do.
Okay, now I'm not going to disagree with anything you just said. The reason that was not hearsay, because that was a plan, a scheme, a set of rules or pattern that Donald Trump followed to the letter. That is not hearsay. They already had this plan out before the election, Sarge. That's why it's not hearsay. Do you understand that?
Donald Trump had information that was corroborated when he went to the Secretary of State with his information about what he believed was wrong with the Georgia election. He'll be able to prove that in a court of law because those records come from the state of Georgia.
Okay, so let's do this right here then. Let's talk about Georgia. So if Donald Trump was asking for 11,000 votes, right? Where the fuck are those 11,000 votes right now?
All right, now, let me tell you where they come from. See, this is what I mean. That's why we have to go by facts and things that are uncovered in an investigation, which you don't want to hear. You just want to narrate. I want to reveal what the facts seem to indicate. That's why you have it in a trial, so you can cross-examine everybody and examine the evidence. That is the purpose of a trial. Now, let me tell you what it is.
Let's do this one more time. He asked for 11,000 votes. Where the fuck are those 11,000 votes, Sarge?
They are there in the irregularities in the Fulton County audits, which you keep not wanting to hear about.
Okay, why the hell are you the only one that know where these votes are?
I'm not the only one, asshole. You're the one that doesn't know.
Nigga, you know you...
And you don't want to hear it.
Oh, my goodness. You know good and damn well you struggle.
Damn, man, I don't know what to do with a blockhead like you.
You don't want to hear it. We want to see it. Everything is hearsay.
Here we go again. See what I mean? He gonna tell you about something Steve Bannon said, and I'm gonna tell you what the audits in Cherokee County, Cobb County revealed that at the very least should cast question on the outcome of the election, and you say it doesn't exist.
Okay, so
that's what we're saying. If this shit gets in the courtroom, people can put the shit under oath and advance it forward. Just like these motions are coming out against shit, then they hit the Bonnie Willis.
There ain't nothing gonna happen to Bonnie Willis, man. They just
trying to we better hope it doesn't, because that's why I've rarely seen a more solid case of prosecutorial malfeasance, and corruption in my life.
Well, I mean, once again, you don't know how to look at the law again.
Yeah, I know. You do, though. Even though all the Supreme Court justices agreed with my analysis of the 14th Amendment. All of them, practically. All of them. But no, Tyrone, he knows better than that idiot, asshole, stupid biatch out there in Maine who calls himself a Secretary of State.
Okay,
and by the way, you see, here's what you need to do, John. Here's what you did. You stop reading the 14th Amendment after Section 3. If you will look at Section 5, it says there, clear as day, the Congress shall have the power to enforce the provisions of this amendment. The Congress, not some rogue Secretary of State or some doofus-ass Colorado Supreme Court. The Congress. And guess what, Tyrone? The Congress did it in Title 18, Section 2323, when they outlined the penalties and procedures for determining whether or not someone is engaged in an insurrection. It's right there in the federal law. That's a federal issue. That insurrection did not occur in Maine. It did not occur in Colorado. It occurred in Washington, D.C., and it was a federal crime if it occurred.
Okay, so hold on, guys. Hold on.
And Congress has the jurisdiction to determine what an insurrection is.
Okay, so hold on, guys. Listen, whenever you're talking about the Constitution, and sorry, just misled you guys. Whenever you talk about the Constitution, wait, will you let me say that? It ain't gonna take that long. Whenever you're talking about the Constitution, every state in the United States got a right to interpret that law for their own state, however the fuck they want to.
Okay, I'm gonna read it again.
Can you please shut up? Let me finish. It's not got to be state specific, like Sarge is pointing out here. If everybody in the United States want to interpret that damn law, whatever state secretary or whatever the hell you call them, they can interpret the Constitution however the hell they want to. So it ain't got to be specific, like Sarge is saying.
Section 5: the Congress shall have power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article. Sir, that is black and white law and supreme law of the land in the Constitution. Doesn't say Maine or the state of Colorado or any state can interpret it. It says Congress. Congress laid out the penalties. Congress laid out what the elements of the offense of insurrection are. Those are the things that have to be proven in order to determine whether or not a person engaged in an insurrection. Not the Secretary of State. That's what the Supreme Court justices were saying today, and you didn't pay any attention.
Okay, so let me put you on mute one more time. All right, so the section that I read, the very last sentence says, but Congress may vote by 2/3 of each house to remove such disability. And the part that Sarge is talking about is the very last sentence, section 5, that says the Congress shall have the power to enforce by appropriate legislation, which is the appropriate legislation is the fucking last sentence in section 3 that I just shared with you guys, the provisions of this goddamn article. Now you need to carry your ass back to school. I know you said you was a high school dropout, but whenever it says by appropriate legislation, it's talking about the last fucking goddamn part of section 3 in the sentence where it says, but Congress may vote by 2/3 of each house to remove such disability. Because once you qualify up under section 3 to be disabled, it takes Congress, what you're talking about, to overturn that disability. Now, goddamn it, Sarge, I'm tired of teaching you how to fucking read, nigga. Good Lord.
Tyrone, the disability is determined by the due process of law established by the legislation provided by Congress, not by some arbitrary decision by some rogue Secretary of State or a state Supreme Court.
Well, listen.
I don't know what is wrong with you and your ability to comprehend.
Okay, guys.
Congress established the means by which a person is deemed to have engaged in an insurrection. That requires a due process of law under Title 18 of the United States Code. That was never done in the case of Donald Trump, and furthermore, he was acquitted of incitement to insurrection in the Senate impeachment trial. He was acquitted, found not guilty.
No. Donald Trump was found guilty in Colorado in participating in goddamn insurrection.
You listen to what I say. Colorado ain't got a motherfucking thing to say about it constitutionally.
Yes, they do.
You don't seem to understand that, and you'll never
that's
accept
exactly
it because you're semi-literate.
That's why Georgia is fucking
You're
holding
semi-literate, and the goddamn Supreme Court doesn't agree with you.
What happened to your state's rights, Sarge? So that's why Georgia is holding it accountable for RICO, motherfucker.
Stop red herring me. I'm not falling for it.
That's why Georgia is holding them accountable for RICO, because the states can do whatever the fuck they want to, Sarge. So if Colorado said shut the fuck up,
I'm not
if Colorado said Donald Trump is a goddamn insurrectionist, and that's the reason that they're not allowing him on the goddamn ballot, you ain't taking away that provision of them saying that he's a goddamn insurrectionist. He's still a goddamn insurrectionist in Colorado.
In the United States.
Good Lord.
And
wait, hold on. And that was one of the arguments that the Supreme Court was having today. If y'all go back and listen, they actually said we're talking about whether or not an insurrectionist can be on the ballot. They said those fucking words. Can an insurrectionist be on the ballot? So Donald Trump in Colorado is a goddamn insurrectionist, and you cannot change that fucking court decision, nigga. Good Lord.
I'm going to say one more time, nigga Roach. It is not up to the state of California to determine whether or not Donald Trump engaged in insurrection. That is a province of the federal government and the federal government's law. The crime did not even occur in Colorado. It occurred in Washington, D.C., allegedly.
It doesn't matter, Sarge.
It does matter. That's what the Supreme Court says, not fuckboy Jerry in New York.
Well, this is what happens, right? Because he's running for president in the United States, and he is considered an insurrectionist in the United States. They are trying to deny him in the state of Colorado, which is part of the United States.
You know, there's nothing like legal reasoning unbound by precedent or law. You can just make up things as you go along. The Supreme Court doesn't look at it that way.
All right. Well, we'll see what's going to happen. Look, I think that they're still going to give it to him regardless, but what's going to happen is he's going to lose a damn election. That's what's going to happen, Sergeant. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay, now you're going a step ahead. So he's on the ballots, and you say he's going to lose. Well, that remains to be seen. What is not going to be seen, given the question, because I listened to the whole audio today of the Supreme Court hearing. I listened to it. Unlike I listened to 2.5 hours.
I listened to it, man.
All right, so I am telling you, you listen to the questions they asked. It is clear, for the most part, they agree with me and not you. They're saying the same things I was saying on TRS weeks and months ago.
Okay, so if that's a position,
the same questions, whether or not it even applies to the president of the United States.
Okay, so if that's the position that you're taking, Colorado is saying the goddamn same thing that I said, Sarge. So what the fuck?
Is Colorado the Supreme Court of the United States?
The Supreme Court, listen, hold on, you're lying, because Jackson and the other liberal judges is not saying the same thing that you said. They was mainly concerned about what Elisa talked about earlier, whether it's going to have a residual effect throughout the United States and other states and the other thing. They wasn't saying what you were saying. The liberal judges was not saying. The only one that was saying what you were saying was Kavanaugh, Thomas, and that other bitch or whatever, Alito, and the other lady, whatever her name is. So everybody wasn't in agreement with you. So stop.
So if it's a 6-3 decision, that means in your mind it ain't valid, huh?
No, but you said the entire Supreme Court was saying what you were saying, and that's just not true.
5-4 even, you think it's not a valid decision, is that right?
How many liberal judges are there, son?
Now, do we answer a question, please?
No, I'm asking you a question. How many liberal judges?
It depends on what the majority of the court says. That's literally whether or not it stands as precedent.
Okay, how many liberal judges are there?
There's Sotomayor, there's Kagan, there's Jackson, and there's Sotero. I mean, not Sotero. Yeah, Jackson, Kagan, Sotomayor. All the women are. Probably Amy Coney Barrett to some extent.
No, she's not. She's definitely not. Let me look at the judges, because I don't know.
She ain't a conservative.
Yeah, she is. You didn't hear her argument today, Sarge?
I'd say she's a moderate at best.
No, bullshit. You didn't hear her today?
Yeah, I heard her today. She was constitutional.
She was fucking Trump support. She was Trump supporting.
Since it is clear that the president is not mentioned in it, but other officers that are elected are, other federally elected officers are, she was curious as to why they wouldn't name the president if they intended it to apply to the president. That makes sense.
Yeah, the three women are Jackson, fucking Kagan, and Sotomayor. Those are the liberal ones. Everybody else on the Supreme Court guys are conservatives.
Women. So you said Eric Roberts is a conservative? Are you crazy?
Where's Roberts?
Eric Roberts ain't no conservative.
Yeah,
he may be the Chief Justice, but he's not a conservative. He's a
John
moderate.
Roberts is a goddamn Reagan appointee, right?
He's a moderate. I don't care who appointed him. I'm looking at his ruling.
He's a fucking conservative, so you need to stop.
He's a moderate at best.
No bullshit. He fucking overturned fucking Roe, nigga.
That makes him conservative? That makes him Constitution?
Golly.
The federal Constitution is silent about abortion. It is a state matter. Now you people can kill your babies right up to the moment of conception. What are you complaining about?
But I'm saying there's only 3 fucking liberal justices. And
they said it was abortion is a state matter to be decided by each and every state individually.
No,
it's
I'm
6
saying
to 3.
Huh?
It's 6 to 3. You're right.
Yeah, and the women, those 3 women are the only liberal ones on there. Which I mean, that's I mean, it look like Trump might win.
So what is that? So you're saying now the court is invalid now, huh? Yeah, I guess you're acting like the state of
it is because they cheated. They didn't allow Obama's fucking
All right, wait a minute. Yeah, good. I'm glad like a motherfucker. They had to keep that bastard Merrick Garland off the court. One of the best things McConnell ever did.
And they rushed through Kavanaugh and this Amy Coney Barrett bitch. I'm sorry, y'all.
Yeah, they had to make up a story about him. He had to make up a story about him raping some woman.
He
did.
And
then allow an assassin to almost assassinate him. And then let protest outside the house in violation of federal law.
Listen, even after he got on the bench, right? These people came back and they was trying to actually tell the story about how Kavanaugh actually did do that stuff.
Right, it's Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, just like E. Jean Carroll, right? Yeah, sure. Really reliable people.
Well, see, I'm not gonna argue about E. Jean Carroll because $83 million speak for me. I mean,
plus
shit.
5. You already got 5.
I ain't gonna argue.
Yeah, well, I mean, you believe a Looney Tunes who thinks rape is sexy? Be my guest.
83 million, Sarge. I ain't got to argue.
Rape is sexy. That's what she said. Rape is sexy.
83 million. That's it. He lost.
She said she got a cat named Vagina.
He lost. I don't give a shit what her cat could be named
she
Balls.
loves Law and Order.
Her cat could be named
out of a plot line from Law and Order.
Her cat could be named Balls and coochie hair.
Yeah, but you believe her though, because you're really that credulous.
$88 million.
I ain't got to believe shit. The fucking goddamn court system believes
I know you don't, Tyrone. You just want your enemies got. That's all.
He lost, Sarge.
$88 million.
He lost, Sarge. He lost.
I'm not denying that.
Okay, then. Shut the fuck up.
All right, but hey, that don't mean nothing. There's still the appeals process to go through yet.
That means a lot. He lost. He lost. He gonna lose the appeal
For now, and that's all I'm gonna concede to.
He done lost the appeal on immunity. He's gonna lose the appeal on this shit. He already lost an appeal with E. Jean Carroll one time, so he gonna lose this appeal.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're really proud of it. You're really happy about that, aren't you? Hey, get him. You go, girl. You get him, boy.
I'm not happy that we got a guy that we call a former president that walks around and sexually abuses his fucking constituents. I am not happy about that at all. You're the one cheering this nasty motherfucker on. That ain't me. That's you. I'm not happy. I wish that
I'm
whole
not the one who
case.
Thinks rape is sexy. E. Jean Carroll thinks rape is sexy.
I wish that whole situation wouldn't have fucking happened. To be honest with you, I really wish Donald Trump was a better human being. Honestly, I really do, but he's not, and we need to deal with that. He's just not, Sarge.
All right. Since that was a civil case that is at the moment still up in the air, let's go back to the constitutional issues that are really at stake here. What happened is that Donald Trump is going to be allowed on the ballot in any place that he qualifies under the state law. That's what's going to happen.
I'll wait for
clear as a bell. It's going to happen.
I believe it's going to happen.
I believe he's not going to get thrown off the thing, but I believe that he's also going to lose. He's going to lose this election. He's going to lose. That man is going to lose the election. All those investors, the potential investors, are looking right now, and they're saying, he just lost $88 million. He spent the $50 that they gave him from all the donations. So the money that he's getting in donations is going to go to his court thing. He might lose $350 million. I think they're scratching their head and reconsidering putting any money in investment. So any big donors, big dollars, I think they're straying away, and those are going to be the key
and what
pieces
happens
for
and
him
how
to
that
win.
happens, Jay, is like when if he does win, right? What will happen to these corporations is the
Oh, they
people
go down.
they'll get protested. There'll
Oh, yeah.
be boycotts, and they're gonna lose money. If they
Right.
support that
They
guy.
don't want that. They don't want that.
Yeah,
They don't
and
want
the
that.
left knows how to protest. I mean, the right know how to protest too through social media and all that kind of stuff. But whenever the left protests, I mean, shit, they make noise whenever they do that shit. Yeah.
All right, speaking of your fidelity to the Supreme Court, I got a question to ask you about what went down in the state of Hawaii.
Talk about that one.
Well, yeah, I want to talk about what happened in the state of Hawaii. I would like to know your opinion about it.
What happened in Hawaii?
Well, here's what happened. Hawaii's Supreme Court ruled that the Second Amendment right. Now, let me finish and explain to you the whole thing so you can hear it and then comment on it. The Second Amendment right, as the United States Supreme Court interpreted, now listen to this now, does not extend to Hawaii citizens. And you know what they cited to back that up? The spirit of aloha. Now, the Supreme Court Justice is a guy, Supreme Court Chief Justice is a guy named Ted Edens. And this is what he wrote. He wrote that states retain the authority to require individuals to hold proper permits before carrying firearms in public. The decision also concluded that the Hawaii Constitution does not afford a right to carry firearms in public places for self-defense. And then they said the spirit of aloha, and they quoted some stuff from HBO's TV series, The Wire. Article 1, Section 17 of the Hawaii Constitution mirrors the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution. We read those words differently than the current United States Supreme Court. We hold that in Hawaii, there is no state constitutional right to carry a firearm in public. That is in direct contradiction to the Supreme Court Bruin decision. So we're going to have to see what shakes down when somebody brings this to the attention of the Supreme Court and they grant certiorari.
Well, let me speak, and I say kudos to Hawaii because they can read the easy language of the Second Amendment, and the Second Amendment simply says a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So what that means is a well-regulated militia for a free state is needed, not the individual bearing arms. So Hawaii, kudos to you. I promise you, I'm glad that somebody can read and not misinterpret the goddamn 20 words that the Second Amendment says. So I agree with Hawaii. Good. I'm glad.
I really thought that's what you'd say, and I'm gratified to see that my suspicions were proven correct. Now, ironically, Tyrone, what is going on in Texas right now proves the reason for the Second Amendment. And what well-regulated means what they said in the 18th century. Well-regulated in accordance with the militia meant well-trained, well-organized, and disciplined. That's what well-regulated meant in the 18th century context. Now, we can see now the need for a properly well-regulated militia with what's going on in Texas in view of the threats by the federal government to federalize the National Guard and take them from the control of the state governor. That means he'd have to rely on the resources of Texas and his very own state militia that is beyond the reach of the federal government. And now you will understand what well-regulated militia actually means.
Your interpretation of that is not the same thing as mine. So
mine is historical. Yours is made up in the 21st century.
Yours is made up because there's no. We all know what you know what a militia. How you spell militia? I'm gonna put it on Google.
MILITIA. You're talking to an expert here, sir. On this, I am expert. Now you don't have to accept it, but I know I am because I debated professors in college on it, and I more than held my own.
But a militia is not an individual, guys. A militia is a military force raised from a civilian population to supplement the regular army in emergency. Now, what they're talking about in the 1800s is what we call now the National Guard or the Army Reserve. Each state.
It didn't exist then,
okay,
sir.
can I finish with what the fuck I'm saying?
Yeah, but the National Guard did not exist in the 19th century.
You shut up. What they're talking about is a military force to supplement the regular army in emergency.
They wasn't there.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Right.
Yeah. In the 1800s, they didn't have the National Guard or the Army Reserves, so that evolved into what we have now, which is the National Guard or the Army Reserve. That militia, the National Guard, exists in each and every fucking state that we have already. Right. It ain't got shit to do with an individual like Sarge having an armory in his fucking basement. It ain't got shit to do with that. So this militia that they talking about is some they talking about getting together and gathering and having clan meetings and shit and calling that a goddamn militia. It's not. It's just not. So sorry.
Okay, one more time. The Army Reserve has never been a component of the organized or unorganized militia. It has always been a component of the United States Army, always under control of the Department of Defense and the President of the United States. Never. So when you say Army Reserve, you're just flat out wrong. Now, with the National Guard existed and came into existence in 1903. It never existed before then. And even then, it is a component of the United States Army. I was in the National Guard for 17 years. On all of my uniforms, it said U.S. on my right collar disc, and on my fatigue shirt, it said United States Army. It never said Illinois National Guard anywhere on any of the equipment I was issued. All said United States Army on our quarter-ton trucks, on our deuce and a half, and every other bit of equipment we had. It was always a reserve for the United States Army under control of the governor until and if it is federalized. That is not true.
Okay, well, listen, brother.
We just made that up.
Okay, I'm not making it up. Listen, brother. Okay, listen. It's your misunderstanding what the word militia means.
Well, my misunderstanding. 17 years in the NASCAR, I didn't know anything about it.
Yeah, but listen, guys, they do have civilian militia. But the civilian militia is not what they're referring to in the Constitution, clearly.
Okay, what is it then?
A civilian militia is some fucking boys club where y'all go and rub each other with guns and shit. It ain't got shit to do with the damn Constitution.
You have no understanding of the Second Amendment militia. You have none. Zero. I will tell you what the citizen militia is in the Second Amendment. The citizen militia in the Second Amendment is a body of citizens raised for military purposes that is answerable to the governor of a state and provides its security. Necessary to the security of a free state. That is what is. That means that militia is answerable to the governor's authority. Now, anything else, as you point out correctly for a change, you were correct.
Okay,
when you said anything else is a body of citizens engaged in some kind of a social club. Unless they are directly answerable to the governor, they are not the Second Amendment militia.
Okay, listen.
But
even your
let me finish one more thing. God, you love to interrupt me, but I'm gonna ramble like you. I get to the point.
Go ahead.
But even though a Second Amendment militia has to be answerable to the governor, the right to keep and bear arms is independent of any other consideration.
Okay, even with your answer, which I don't agree with, you said it was answerable to the governor. So when they're answerable to the governor and you calling that a civilian militia, they need to have an armory somewhere where they keep their goddamn guns and not in their motherfucking house. So even you're saying the same thing I'm saying about the goddamn National Guard, Sarge. All of this fucking Second Amendment bullshit that you guys have twisted and screwed the damn Second Amendment into is bullshit. Hawaii got it right. Hawaii got it right. That's what the Constitution stands for. So I'm glad that Hawaii.
Why do you think it is that for the longest time, until they got woke and politically correct, the symbol, the mascot of the National Guard was a 18th century Minuteman? Well, how do you think that was? I'll tell you why, because I don't want you to cut me off. The reason they use the Minuteman is because they call him a Minuteman, not because he could only last a minute before he busted his nut. The reason they call him a Minuteman was because he could get his own privately owned musket, bayonet, shot, and powder, and be ready at a moment's notice to muster. The muster for duty. That's what they were. That's why you had to have your own firearm ready and available to answer the muster, so you didn't have to run to the Army and get your basic shit. You just muster up wherever you were told to meet up.
Okay, so hold on.
That's why you had to retain your own arms.
Let me respond to that. Listen, and Sarge, you just said this. Listen, this is the emblem that Sarge is talking about, right? So when I read, shut up. When I read the Second Amendment talking about a well-regulated militia, and I told you they didn't have the National Guard at that time, what did I say? I said the militia evolved into the National Guard. Sarge, you just said the emblem of the National Guard is the goddamn Minuteman, which is an evolution from the fucking well-regulated militia that the National Guard wear as a motherfucking patch. It is not talking about you motherfuckers having goddamn Klan rallies, playing with your goddamn guns. It is talking about a well-regulated militia which evolved into the goddamn National Guard. You just said it, nigga. Good Lord.
I didn't say so. You really have a problem with comprehension and the meaning of words. I've never seen anybody quite like you. Either that or you're utterly dishonest and disingenuous. I just said again, the inspiration, the antecedent of the National Guard to inspire it is the image of the Minuteman. The militia has always been required to retain their own private arms. Always. They never stored their private arms, their individual arms that you carry like rifle and pistol. They were always individually retained so you could immediately report for muster. You didn't have to go to the Army first and then go to the location where you were needed for what you were needed for. And that image of the militiaman, the Minuteman, was adopted by the National Guard to show its antecedent inspiration.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so listen, Sarge. You
really have a problem with concepts.
Yeah, you already conceded to my argument, and
not a bit. And you're hard-headed too.
Okay, well, and you're trying to turn it.
I explain to you why I don't.
Okay, well, you already conceded to my argument by allowing us. Can you shut up? Okay, let me finish with what I'm saying. You conceded to my argument and added to the conversation about the Minuteman emblem for the National Guard. While the Second Amendment alludes to a well-regulated militia, and at the time the National Guard didn't exist, the National Guard carried on that heritage by using the Minuteman. The militiaman is what they called them back in the day, as an emblem to show us that tradition going forward to today's National Guard on their fucking goddamn patch. Guys, look at the picture and look in front of the goddamn National Guard goddamn place in your goddamn local city, and you will see this same motherfucking white, probably racist Minuteman holding this fucking musket at the National Guard building, because the well-regulated militia that these racists like Sarge are alluding to, they want to do it in their backyard and go out there and get machine guns and all this kind. That ain't what the fuck the Second Amendment is talking about. It ain't whatsoever. So let me get this caller right here.
Tyrone.
Go ahead, Elisa.
Oh, so what you said? They get together with their guns to have a Klan rally.
That's all they do. That's all they do.
I mean, you talk about stereotypes. You just love stereotypes, don't you? You don't want to talk about welfare queens, though, do you?
Well,
but you love other kind of stereotypes,
I got another caller on here. I think it's
whatever.
What's up, mama's boy? I think that's you.
Peace, Tyrone. You know, the funny thing is, you know, all these yahoos running around here buying all these guns, got their little personal armory that they would lay down in front of when the man showed up with his homies. But nevertheless, you know, none of these clowns got permission from the governor, you know, to form up and do these Klan rallies. They just assume the position of being a militia just out of thin air. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the reason why you have these clowns attaching the Second Amendment so strong, you know, because they feel like they their own personal militia. with no signature from the government. No signature at all from the government. They just assuming it, like they good citizens when they really just crazy motherfuckers like Sarge,
Well,
All
yeah,
right, nigga,
but
now
boy,
you call me out.
hold on, son. Let me say
I
this to
got to
Mama
put you
Boy.
in your place, nigga.
Hold on.
Fuck this
Sarge,
shit.
wait a
Let
minute.
me put this nigga in his goddamn place. I'm gonna straight his ass out right now.
You wait a minute. Listen, damn, you done made me forget my thought.
Yeah, you need to forget it. You need to hear what I got to say.
Shut up. But Mama's boy, I agree with you, and I'm trying to think as I talk because Sarge made me forget. Go ahead, Sarge. Goddamn. Go ahead.
Let me explain you something. Look, first of all, people have the right of First Amendment association with any group they want. They have an absolute right to keep and bear arms. That is an absolute right. So is the right of free association. They can associate with anybody they like and legally study military maneuvers or have a beer club or talk about lynches, whatever the fuck they want to talk about, whatever they want to do. They have a right to do it, to free associate. But as I said before, the Second Amendment meaning of a militia is a body of citizens organized for military purposes and answerable to the governor of a state. No matter what they may call themselves, even though they have the right to keep and bear arms, they are not a Second Amendment militia within that meaning unless they are under the control and authority of a state governor.
Okay,
That's
so
why
I
every state, one more thing. That's why every single state in the Union has a militia act, not a National Guard act, a militia act for their independent militia that is not under control of the Department of Defense or the President of the United States. It can only be mustered federally by an act of Congress. That's what the Texas State Guard is.
Okay, so alluding to what he just said, the Militia Act was created in 1792 when the National Guard didn't exist. So that ain't got shit to do with what the fuck we're talking about. So this is what I was going to say.
I mentioned the Militia Act of the state.
Shut up.
Okay, I said every state has a militia act, and then you talk about the federal militia act.
You made me forget again.
God, you a hard-headed motherfucker.
Oh, here it is. Shut up. Now I got it this time. Listen, the reason that we're talking about a militia, and here's the definition. A militia is a military force that is raised from a civilian population to supplement the regular army in case of emergency. Now, when we talked to Sarge years ago, we asked him why did he collect guns and what was his militia's interior purpose. He told us that it was to raise up against a tyrannical government. Those were his words. Those were the talking points of all these good gun owners that they were going to have their guns to raise up against tyranny. You remember that word? They walk around with flags saying tyranny, right? Tyranny against the United States government. That is sedition because a militia is supposed to enforce the military, not fight the goddamn military, not fight the motherfucking government. So they're gathering their guns. And Sarge, you can sit up here and lie and say you didn't say this shit before if you want to. You're gathering your guns to fight Joe Biden. You're gathering your guns to fight Democrats. That's why you're gathering your guns. That is not what the Second Amendment meant by a well-regulated militia, motherfucker. They meant a well-regulated militia to support and supplement the regular army. So that's what the hell I had to say. Jesus Christ.
I see. Now, you took part of my answer, and contextually, you lied about what I said. What I said was it is answerable to a state governor in the meaning of the Second Amendment, but one of the reasons to be answerable to the state governor is to prevent or obviate acts of tyranny. That is only one of the reasons, and also one of the more important reasons.
That's not the reason. That is not in the Second Amendment. That is not in the Constitution. No fucking well.
So wait a minute. So there's nothing implied about what a militia force is for.
I'm asking you what is in there.
So if tyranny is imposed on a state by whomever,
is it
they're just
in the
supposed to lie
Constitution?
over and accept it and not do anything against it.
Is tyranny, what
Will
you
you
talking
answer
about?
my question, please?
No, you answer my question. Is it in the Constitution?
I will after you answer mine. If tyranny is imposed upon a state, are you telling me that the state militia force that is answerable to the governor just lies over and accepts it and doesn't rebel against it?
I'm telling you that sedition is fucking illegal, and shooting back at the fucking federal government is illegal. You're not supposed to fire back at. I don't give a fuck what state it is.
No matter what they do, right? No matter what they do, if they come in and killing your wife, children, and work with no reason.
I want to be clear in my goddamn answer. I want everybody to hear me. I don't give a fuck how many guns you got. You are not supposed to have your guns to shoot back at police, FBI, CIA, the fucking military, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and Marines. You ain't supposed to shoot the fucking the census worker. You ain't supposed to shoot the post office people. You're not supposed to shoot your fucking government. That is not why you have fucking guns in this goddamn country. But Sarge and them in their little fucking meetings getting all angry and shit at fucking politics, they just want to go shoot any goddamn body. And the first fucking things in their fucking sight is the fucking other fucking party. So they want to tell everybody, yeah, whenever the black people take over the country, we're going to shoot them down because that government is going to come and take our guns. No. Even if they made laws to take the goddamn guns, you're still not supposed to shoot at them, Sarge. I don't know where the fuck y'all get this shit from. Good Lord. The fuck?
Well, I'm really glad the founders of this country didn't agree with your motherfucking ass when the Brits came to Lexington and Concord. They were duly authorized forces of the state, and they were intending to seize the shot, powder, and weapons from the militia at the time. They said, fuck you, we're going to fight you, and that's what they did.
Let me ask you this. Where
so
in the
framers did not believe what you believe.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Where in the Constitution does it say you're supposed to take your gun and fight against tyranny? Where?
Okay. It doesn't say that.
Period. Now I'm done. That's it. It don't say
I know you're done because you think you've scored a point on me and you're a dummy. Everything in the Constitution is not an instruction manual. It's 48 goddamn pages long. So how the fuck can it instruct you on every little jot and tittle everything could possibly occur?
Okay, so let me allow you to answer.
There are reasons to have a militia.
Let me answer.
Wait.
One
of them being resistance to tyranny.
Okay, where do you get that from? Where do you get that?
From the history of militias in the United States.
That is no law.
Are you familiar with all
that
the
is no
militias have been summoned into muster for? Remember, the National Guard didn't exist until 1903. Most of the time, when they had some sort of turmoil in the state, they called up the state militia.
You just made that up.
Nigga, are you crazy? You better read some fucking history, you stupid son of a bitch.
You just made that up, Sarge. It is.
Hold
on. I muted you, so don't get mad. But don't you understand what you just said? By your interpretation of history, you're legally taking a position to fight against tyranny that is not lawful in this goddamn country. You're making that up. The group of people that you hang out with guns, y'all are making that up. It is not legal to do what you're saying that you're going to do with your goddamn guns in this goddamn country. Do you understand that?
Tyrone,
go ahead.
The only successful armed rebellion in the United States since its founding was the Battle of Athens, Tennessee in 1948. That was the only one. But it did work there. The citizen militia did grab their guns and they shot it out with corrupt deputies in Shelby County, Tennessee, and they prevailed. They changed the government and got honest. It was election fraud like crazy and all kinds of other corruption and beatings and murder by the corrupt political machine in Shelby County. The GIs who've been fighting tyranny overseas said, fuck no, we ain't putting up with this shit. And they took over the government in Shelby. And the state stepped back and realized that they didn't want to fuck with them because they had been telling them for years to come and do something about it. They ignored it. They tried to tell the U.S. Attorney General to come down and give them a hand. Nobody gave a fuck about it and paid any attention to it. They said, fuck it. We're going to take it matters in our own hands. And guess what? They won.
Okay, so hold on.
But that still doesn't change the fact that the militia exists for purposes other than rebellion against the government.
Okay, so hold on.
Blue in the face, and you finally go read the history of the militia in the United States to include the militia like in the Civil War, in the War of 1812, in the Mexican-American War. The militia has a long history of being used when there was no National Guard.
Okay, so hold
Whenever
on.
there was
Okay, can you shut
turmoil
up?
in a state, the governor would call up his militia.
Okay, shut up. Listen. I want you
And what
to.
is
Okay, I want to say this because I want to listen, guys. This guy, I'm trying to tell this guy, so I have to go and do these things, right? So we're talking about rebellion now. We're talking about militias and all that. So here is the law that tells us that what him and his buddies sit around and get excited about and rub each other with fucking shotgun oil and all that. What y'all is illegal. Rebellion, insurrection, sedition, and treason. The prohibition of rebellion and insurrection arises from federal law at 18 U.S. Code Section 2383. The law prohibits incitement, assistance, and participation in rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States and its laws. So what you're sitting around saying and wishing for and saying that it might happen, you can't do that. But y'all do it anyway, which is why the Second Amendment has been interpreted the way it has. Because not only have you done it, people before you have done it, people with power, and they was able to change that Second Amendment around to allow them to have more access to guns and automatic weapons, and the fucking gun and the gun lobbyists and all of them people, the NRA got into it, and they're sitting around rubbing each other with y'all and all this kind of shit. But all of that shit that y'all talking about, the U.S. has laws saying that it's illegal, Sarge. So you can sit up here and tell me what y'all talk about, but it's illegal. Everything that you're saying is sedition, it's treasonous, it's insurrectionist. All of this shit that you talking about doing with your goddamn guns is against the law. It just is. So you can take that.
So here you are, got the nerve to tell me in your warped version of constitutional understanding that somebody's got the right to tell a state they can't have a militia act and have citizens responding to the muster of a governor. I never heard nobody reason like you. You clearly know nothing
about
the Constitution.
I didn't say that.
You know nothing about it. And you think it's
the
actually National Guard. The whole militia is the National Guard. That's part of the organized militia. The unorganized militia is the citizenry of the states subject to the militia law.
I didn't say that. This is what I said. I said you cannot sit around with your buddies and gather guns in preparation for against the United States government in case they commit tyranny. That's what I just said. And I'll keep saying it. You preparing for a goddamn tyrannical government is goddamn sedition. That's what the fuck it is. You trying to prepare for a goddamn rebellion, which is illegal up under this goddamn U.S. code. You're trying to prepare for a goddamn insurrection, which is illegal up under this U.S. code. You're trying to prepare for something that the government is doing against you so you can use your guns, which is illegal up under this goddamn U.S. section. So you can't do the shit. I'm telling you, the shit that you talking about, you need your guns for, you cannot do it. Do you understand that?
Okay, since I have not directly addressed the issue that you just brought up, I would like to directly address it now. Okay. All right? Are you going to let me finish? You're going to interrupt me halfway through.
No, you good.
I have not directly addressed what you brought up yet. I'd like to do it now. Now, there are laws in the United States against sedition, insurrection, and rebellion. Every government has such laws, including ours, and it is proper that they do. But that doesn't change the fact that the framers of the Constitution put Section Article 9 and 10 in the Constitution, or rather Amendment 9 and 10 in the Constitution. And you know what Amendment 9 and 10 in the Constitution says? It says that this Constitution does not necessarily disparage laws not enumerated in the Constitution. That's what it says for the 9th Amendment. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. And you know what one of those rights is? Even though it is against the law to rebel against the government or incite a sedition or insurrection. I acknowledge that, Tyrone. But let me tell you something. One of the rights of the framers, if they debated it at the Constitutional Convention in 1787, you can find the record and see for yourself. And they said one of those rights is a natural law right of rebellion against tyranny. That doesn't mean it won't be punished if you don't succeed, but they recognize that right, and that is one of the reasons they put the 9th Amendment in the Constitution.
No, it's not.
People have a natural law right of rebellion against tyranny because the framers and founders of the country did exactly that in violation of the laws of the crown, for which they could have been hanged if they had failed.
Okay, so listen, the 9th Amendment does not mean that, Sarge, and you. I don't see how the hell you bending over and.
By the way, you tell me something doesn't mean something, and I studied what they said about
because
it.
It's like 20
but you
words.
Didn't, and you gonna tell me you didn't?
Because it's like 20 words. That is not what the fuck it says.
The Constitution is not an instruction manual. It's only 48 pages.
Oh God, I'm saying the 9th Amendment. It says the enumeration in the
Constitution.
Constitution.
Man, read what it says.
Rights. Okay, I'm trying to. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed or denied or disparaged others retained by the people. Listen, whenever it says certain rights, you're saying that it's saying the Second Amendment rights, and it doesn't say that.
That's not what I said.
Shut the fuck up, nigga, because
the Second Amendment right is explicit and enumerated. The one I'm speaking of now is not enumerated.
What
Do
rights
you
are not?
understand what words mean?
What rights are not enumerated then? Let me be clear on that.
The natural law right of rebellion against tyranny. That's the whole purpose of the United States.
That is not a fucking right.
You better go read the debate on the 9th Amendment then, goddamn it.
The rights are in this goddamn Constitution.
Read the people who wrote the goddamn thing and what they thought about it, because it has more meaning than either you or I think about it.
Oh, golly.
I swear to God, man, you have a real trouble with concepts.
Oh, Jesus. The Bill of Rights. Okay, so we're going to find out what our rights are, guys.
It's not enumerated. What did I just say what the 9th Amendment says? They don't enumerate, you have a right to rebel against the United States. They're not going to put no shit like that in there.
The enumeration in the Constitution.
It's an unenumerated understanding.
Where you see unenumerated? I don't see no unenumerated. Where the fuck you get that?
That's why I said they don't look. You think a government is going to put in there the Constitution framework for government? They're not going to put in there an explicit right of rebellion against the government.
Okay, so hold on. Let me say this right here. Here's the problem with the Second Amendment, and it's in this conversation. Y'all can see that I'm reading the Constitution word for word, and I'm interpreting it by the words that I'm reading with my own fucking eyes. What this guy is doing is inserting his own philosophy into the Constitution and telling me that that's what the forefathers meant, or that's what somebody meant to say in the Constitution. This is the problem with the law. This is the problem that we're having with the Supreme Court right now, because those justices is going to do just like Sarge is doing right now when it comes
trying to misinterpret.
When it comes to the 14th Amendment. Yeah, that's what you can see what he's doing, and all you got to do is look at these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's like 20 words that I'm reading right now, and Sarge done made it mean a whole nother thing, like you can fucking have guns to shoot your goddamn government. That is not what the 9th Amendment is saying at all. So, Sarge, I mean, you're full of shit right now.
So, Tyrone, let me see if I got this straight then. So right now we're witnessing a rogue government that refuses to enforce the laws of the United States on the southern border. In fact, Joe Biden explicitly in his first 100 days as president took actions that would unsecure the border. So we are looking right now at a rogue government that will not enforce the laws of the United States as passed by Congress.
Okay, so let me respond.
So what you're telling me then is that there is no right to rebel against this if there is no other recourse.
Okay, so hold on. Wait.
Right now we are witnessing what is almost, if you forgive the phrase, a Mexican standoff between the state of Texas and the federal government right now. We don't have to imagine it.
Okay, so hold on. Let me respond to that.
The forces
Shut up. I heard your question, so let me respond to that. We went through Donald Trump for 4 years, and we went through all of his presidential executive orders. We seen the tax cuts. We seen him do whatever he did, right? As American citizens, during that administration, we couldn't rise up and shoot Donald Trump or his government to make him stop governing the way that he was governing. You're upset of the way the Democrats is governing. You're upset that you don't like Joe Biden. That doesn't mean take the fucking actions that you're talking about taking physically against Joe Biden and rising up against him and causing insurrection and rebellion. All of the shit you're talking about to oppose Joe Biden is treasonous and illegal. So no, you're supposed to sit here, and what we have is a democracy, and you wait for a new goddamn government to come in, and you vote the motherfuckers in that you disagree with. Plain and simple. All this dumb shit that you talking about right now, all of this fucking goddamn anger that the right wing have got you. No, you're not supposed to do that with your fucking guns, you moron. Good Lord.
Okay, Tyrone, I don't know why your simple mind can't comprehend this, but let me try to give it to you one more time. I'm not talking about policy disagreements in which one side loses an election. That goes on all the time. Most of the time, that's what occurs. You were speaking of tyranny. Do you understand what an exponential leap beyond mere policy disagreement tyranny is?
Immigration is policy.
Oh, you let me finish. I just got started. Well, you do not seem to understand the exponential leap beyond a simple disagreement of policy, even bad policy, that the word tyranny encompasses. Tyranny is what I'm speaking of. Tyranny, dictatorship, removal of rights to prevent the very thing that you say you're allowed to do, replace the existing government with one freely chosen by the people. I am speaking of tyranny. Yes, you have a right to bear arms to repel tyrants.
Yeah, but Joe Biden didn't do that, so you have no
well, that's your opinion. And I would agree. Right now is not the time. So see, we're not. So even if we're talking past each other,
you vote them out of the damn president. You see,
even
when
again,
people
now we're talking past each other again.
In Iowa.
When Donald Trump won the election, even though he won corrupted with Hillary, everything that he did, and Russia helped him, guess what? You know what? Democrats fucking had to fucking bite their fucking fingers and shut the fuck up, and they had to deal with this piece of shit for 4 fucking years. And through cringing with their fingers and, oh my God, and they gotta eat the shit. Democrats, so-called Democrats, and everybody that don't like Donald Trump and don't agree with him, and all the people that voted against him or didn't vote at all, had to fucking cringe, bite their fingernails, and suck it up. Nobody went and tried to assassinate him and do none of that or say, you know what, he's fucking took over. He's the fucking Antichrist, right? Because you got all these Antifa. You say, oh, where was the fucking Democratic fanatics that were fucking saying he's an Antichrist and went after him because they thought he was the devil? Nobody went after him and do that. Now, there was some wild motherfuckers out like anywhere that, you know, tried and attempted. But I'm talking about on a insurrection list or where they came in and said, we're going to fucking overthrow his fucking government because he's fucking corrupt. Even though he was doing corrupt shit, they ate it. They sat by and said, you know what, we're going to have to do this shit the Democratic way because that's the way our system is. That's what happened, Sarge. That's what happened. Whether you like it or not, that's what the Democrats end up doing. You cannot deny that. They had to sit back, even though they say, you know, this motherfucker, he got over on Hillary. He done did all this shit to get here. We're going to have to suck this shit up and deal with him for 4 years and get his ass out the right way. And that's what they did. Now you're mad because 2020, he didn't produce enough, even to all the pieces of shit that voted for him, right? He didn't produce enough for him to get all those numbers to overwhelm in 2020. But like, oh, you know what? Donald Trump was so great. He fucking overwhelmed the system. Joe Biden, he kicked Joe Biden's ass. No, he had to try to rig the fucking election and do an insurrection, and this is where he's at. He trying to do it now. He's gonna fucking go probably, maybe to prison, but I see right now he's going through what he's going through because he caused all that shit. He's a fucking corrupt piece of shit, and nobody tried to do the tyranny, like you said, overthrowing government. At least the Democratic Party. I vote for Democrat, but I'm not a Democrat. There's a lot of shit I don't agree with on them. But we didn't get mad and say, oh, well, you know what? We're going to surround the White House and we're going to do this. Nobody, they fucking ate it.
Well, Jay, Sarge is saying that he gonna fight against dictators and all this kind of stuff, and I just wanna play him a dictator right now that admits to be a dictator.
Please.
Overnight during a taped town hall in Iowa, former President Trump mocking questions about turning the presidency into a dictatorship. Moderator Sean Hannity asking Mr. Trump if he had any plans to abuse his power or break the law if he were reelected, or to seek retribution against others.
I love this guy. He says, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you?" I said, no, other than day one. We're closing the border, and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator, okay?
The Biden campaign quick to respond, writing in a statement, quote, "Donald Trump has been telling us exactly what he will do if he's reelected, and tonight he said he will be a dictator on day one."
Okay, so you said that you want to go against dictators. Donald Trump just said that he want to be a damn dictator. Are you trying to tell us that you want to use the Constitution and your guns to go against Donald Trump, Sarge? Is that what am I hearing you correct?
Well, first of all, I don't give a damn who's a dictator or tyrant. I'll go up against him, yes, even if it's Donald Trump. But let me finish. God damn it. Don't cut me off, nigga. You put the question to me. Let me answer it. I don't think he meant that any more than Ronald Reagan meant what he said. We're going to commence bombing the Soviet Union in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. It was a fucking joke. Now, you might say it was in bad taste, but it was a joke. Everybody knows it. He knew it. He was doing it to pull your fucking chain, and he did it. And you just fell for it like a hook, line, and sinker.
All right, so we got a problem.
I never seen nobody like it. It was a joke.
Hold on.
I don't give a damn who a tyrant is. If it's Donald Trump or Joe Biden or Barack fucking Hussein Obama, I don't care. I'm going to go against them whenever. Let them manifest tyrannical tendencies and give us no other means to oust them from power, then yes, I will be prepared to take up arms against anyone.
Okay, but you support this dictator. This guy has just professed.
I guess you don't listen to me very well. I guess it doesn't matter.
Okay, well, I heard what you said, but this is the only candidate, Democrat or Republican, that admits and says out loud that he wants to be a dictator on day one. He just okay. Hold on. You're saying it's a joke. Just like you're making up all of this shit about tyranny in the Constitution. You got a problem with making up shit. You take the man at his goddamn word. This is all we can go by. We cannot interpret what the meaning of something is other than what the fuck it says. And that's your goddamn problem. And that's why you having these issues politically right now. You're mad as hell because you've been running around here believing this dumb shit all this goddamn time, and part of the reason why is we just heard Donald Trump say that he want to be a dictator, and your response is he's joking around. No, motherfucker, he wants to be the most powerful man on this planet, and he's saying that he wants to be a goddamn dictator. If you want to be the most powerful man on this planet, you're not joking around about being a dictator because you looking at the world leaders and you know what a goddamn dictator is, Sarge. You are a goddamn idiot if you don't take this man for his goddamn words. Go ahead, Jay.
Well, I was just going to say that how he's not going to take him serious, then he don't want us to take him serious. I mean, then everything that he says is a lie then. Sarge, which one is it? Is he a truthful man or he's lying? Which one is it?
Sounds to me like you don't want to vote for Donald Trump. I'll advise you like I always do, don't vote for him. But in the meantime, you're going to talk about Donald Trump being a dictator, and you're going to ignore the actual steps that Joe Biden took to become a dictator, like the disinformation board, like the electrical vehicle mandate, like taking away your gas stove, like taking away your refrigerator, like telling you how much water's got to be in the toilet. By telling you any number of actual dictatorial things, and I'm only scratching the surface that this guy did by edict, by executive order in his administration that you are determined to ignor.
Sarge, you're like a guy with a ponytail, and
this is what I mean. Just now you're changing the subject again. Now you're making it about me rather than what that motherfucker actually did.
Listen. I'm gonna go back. You're like a guy with a long ponytail that ran away, and I grabbed.
Once again, you make it about me rather than what he did.
This is what I'm going to tell you, Sarge. I asked you a question. Are we to take? Is Donald Trump a liar or is he truthful? Is my question to you. Is he lying when he talks or is he truthful?
I don't know him to tell a single lie of any substance whatsoever.
So when he
why don't you tell me what lies
so
you
hold
think?
on. So then that means that him saying he's going to be dictator, he's not lying, right?
What did I say? You just don't believe what I said, so don't. Look we can stop beating this dead horse. You think he said he wanted to be a dictator. I don't think he did. We don't agree. Let's leave it alone at that and go on to something else. I'm not changing my mind.
That's what happened. That's what happened to you damn Trumpers whenever y'all get back.
Damn, you got a problem with hearing what people say.
That's what happened to you Trumpers when y'all get backed up against the wall. You get angry. You
cannot. Okay, you cannot. Like dead horses, you like to try to resurrect. You're not going to do it.
You cannot.
I said, I think he was joking. If he was making a joke, then that means it has no consequence to me. To you, it has everything. We cannot agree.
Okay,
let's move on to something we can talk about and see if we have an agreement or not.
Listen, Hunter Biden's laptop has no consequence to me, but you wanted to beat that motherfucking drum.
Shut
the fuck up. Hunter Biden's laptop had no consequence to me. You want to beat that drum. The fucking secret documents that Joe Biden has no consequence to me. You want to beat that goddamn drum. You want to talk about, what else do you want to talk about? Some shit about some goddamn... I done forgot. But none of that shit has no consequence to me. But we just heard Donald Trump say that he will be a dictator. That is something that we was talking about in the Constitution that you said that you are gathering your guns against. So we just heard one of the political people in our country say that he gonna be a goddamn dictator. But for some reason, you just said that it was a goddamn joke. This man won't joking. He's running for president, and he was doing an interview.
I'd rather have a man who jokes about being a dictator than one who actually carries out dictatorial policies. And Joe Biden has carried out dictatorial policies that I can actually enumerate.
Okay, listen. He was doing a town hall meeting on Fox News, talking to his base. He was saying that in a fucking presidential campaign. That was not a joke. Do you understand that?
Look, I don't care what you say about this. I think it was a joke. I don't think he meant it. That's it. That's it for me. For you, it's everything. For me, it's nothing. For you, Hunter Biden's laptop with clear evidence of crime is nothing. That's the way you will roll. That's your worldview, sir. It's not mine. I don't share your worldview. You don't share mine. We understand that. Let's move on.
Oh, Lord. When you're back against the wall, you start running like a
little... Well, I answer what it is, man. You're determined to try to make me believe your idiotic reasoning. I'm not going to do it.
Just like that guy that was in the...
Damn, I don't fall for this bullshit. You better have some weak-minded motherfucker. It ain't me.
Sarge, where's the laptop at?
Damn, I can see these little cheap juvenile schoolboy tricks. You think they're going to have any pressure on me?
You got to have the evidence in front of you so you can say that it is.
Hunter Biden's laptop. That ain't evidence. Nothing will ever convince you ever.
Well, what
now, he just said it meant nothing to him.
No. What happened to the laptop? It didn't produce shit.
You know what? The FBI's got a hold on that one, you know. But we've seen what's on it. See, that's why they were wise enough to make copies of it. And then they say, well, they're not accurate copies. So let's see the original, Mr. FBI. Why are you hanging on to it?
There is no crimes that they got off of that laptop. No connection.
See, that's what I mean about you. Like I said, you're a blockhead.
No, the only thing that they got off the damn laptop was goddamn Marjorie Taylor Greene showing revenge porn. That's it. That is it.
They got his emails, buddy. They got his emails 10% for the big guy. They got all the details of the meetings he had with his business associates that he denied ever knowing about.
I remember now. The 10% to the big guy is in Joe Biden's impeachment that went no fucking where. Huh?
Yeah. No. They never drafted articles of impeachment against Joe Biden. Not yet. People have proposed them. They have not voted. A vote against Mayorkas just failed, so I am certain that a vote against Biden would fail also.
Because it's a bullshit impeachment.
So I acknowledge what appears to be the state of affairs right now.
And y'all control the House and you can't impeach no goddamn body?
Yeah, they peeled off 3 fucking idiot-ass Republicans. 3.
You control the House.
And not one Democrat voted to impeach him.
You control the House.
I don't control the House. The stupid Republicans do. You think I like them?
Yes, you are one of them.
I'm not one of them. Nigga, will you stop telling me what I am? I know what I am. I'm not no registered Republican.
You've been arguing Republican.
But I'm not going to ever vote for a Democrat, and I'm going to vote for somebody.
You've been arguing for the Republicans the whole time you've been coming on here.
Yeah, because if I'm going to vote for any one party, it's going to be for them, but I don't like what they do half the time either.
Bullshit.
I don't want to send any more money to Ukraine.
You're delusional.
They do.
You're straight delusional, dude. You're
a blockhead. You don't listen to what people say. You just insert in there whatever you think you have to say in order to win your argument.
Because you make up shit.
Oh, please. Now you know you've gone over the top.
Hold on.
You're the most projecting mother. You just like Bonnie Willis. You up there fucking your goddamn employees and shit. And then telling the rest of the world what a big offense it is for the district attorney to fuck a subordinate. I ain't never seen people like you Democrats.
Should the U.S. bomb Iran?
The United States should attack whomever is responsible for the deaths of those three, and if it is determined that they are responsible for it directly, yes, they should take a retaliatory attack on a significant strategic target. So I don't know if they've done that yet or not.
Should we put boots on the ground?
Wait, did you get my answer? Were you satisfied with my answer?
Should we put boots on the ground?
Now that we can avoid it?
Yeah, we shouldn't put boots on the ground. But most likely what he's going to do is send missiles over there and a bunch of them, and it's going to make headline news. I mean, this is what the other presidents would do. I remember Bill Clinton and Barack Obama. Barack Obama did drones all the goddamn time. And Bill Clinton shot off a lot of goddamn missiles. So most likely he's going to shoot some damn missiles over there.
Because I don't believe in no proportionate retaliation. That's bullshit. I mean, we're going to be proportional about things. The Japanese killed 2,900 some American servicemen on December 7th. By the end of the war, the United States had killed about 1.75 million Japanese. So it wasn't proportional. The response we had to Japan was not proportional. That's the way it is when you fight a war.
Well, whoever, I don't think Biden is going to shoot directly into Iran either. What's that country that they shot out of?
Yemen.
No, it was another country around that area.
It was Yemen. They got cells in Syria too.
Was it Syria?
Yes, Yemen and Syria. And they got the Houthis, man.
Is that route? Listen, is that route right in between Saudi Arabia?
Yeah,
and
the troops got killed in Jordan, right?
Yeah, but where they hit and where all that activity is going on is right on that coast. That
yeah. So wherever the missiles came from, whether it's Syria or whatever, they get ready to get some U.S. bombs some goddamn where.
Well, look, man. They're attacking. They've made over 175 attacks on the United States installations in the last 3 months. 165. They finally got around to killing somebody. They had a drone snuck in behind a U.S. drone that was returning to its base, and they had enough sense. I'll admit it was a pretty smart thing to do. They snuck their drone right in behind the one coming back. So the radar just picked them both up.
Well, let's keep this in perspective. Let's keep this in perspective. We wouldn't have our asses over there if the Jews won't killing goddamn the what you calls. So we over there to support the goddamn.
You mean the state of Israel was not engaged in war against an enemy? They declared war on the goddamn Hamas. They're waging a war.
They declared war on children, clearly, because they didn't kill 80,000 kids.
Man. Yeah, and and like I said, we killed 635,000 German civilians in the bombing raids on Germany. Who do you want to hold for a war crime for that?
Listen, they shouldn't be killing anybody with fucking bombs any goddamn way. What happened to diplomacy?
You know what? They shouldn't be fighting the war in the first goddamn place, but there they are.
Yeah, what happened to diplomacy?
Shit. How many attacks does Israel have to put up with before they retaliate on these crazy? They killed the equivalent of 50,000 of our citizens in one day. What the fuck do you think they're supposed to do?
Who killed 50,000 citizens in one day?
You don't listen to what I say. They killed on a per capita basis the equivalent of 50,000 Americans in one day. Israel has a population of 6 million. They killed over 1,500 civilians in one day.
Okay, hold on. Let me mute you. This is how the conversations get. See, he using this per capita bullshit to escalate the goddamn numbers. Why don't you just say how many Jews we goddamn killed? Sound like you said 1,500. That's the number. That's the number. So comparing it to the United States is just stupid. Now, whenever you say they kill 1,500 Jews, then they kill 80,000 fucking Ghanesians or whatever the fuck you call them. So sorry, it's not even a fair number that they're killing. They're killing way more.
I said 50. I swear to God, you and your mountains out of molehills and how many angels could dance on the head of a pin.
That's what the hell you just did.
1,500 civilians. It was 1,500 civilians. That's bad enough. Forget the per capita. I never said it. There's 1,500. That's bad enough.
How many Gazian people did they kill? Ghanesians?
Again, we killed 635,000 German civilians in bombing raids on Germany. You know how many people the Germans killed in the United States with bombing raids? 0. Not 1.
I'll Google it because you don't want to say that.
Oh, you can go that. No, I say again, the German Luftwaffe did not kill one American citizen in any bombing raid during World War II.
Let me ask you a question.
And we killed 635,000 of them in conjunction with the Royal Air Force's Bomber Command.
Hold on. Will you acknowledge that those 3 soldiers that happen to be black soldiers, right, here in the United States, over at in Jordan, right, and as well as those ships that are traveling in between Saudi Arabia and Africa that are getting attacked, would you acknowledge, again, that these 3 soldiers got killed because of Israel?
Yeah, they did.
I'll acknowledge they got killed because of turmoil in the Middle East. And by the way, whether you know it or not, we do have defense agreements with the state of Israel. We don't have them with Ukraine.
But was Jordan getting attacked in the before this?
They weren't engaging in offensive operations against the Houthis either.
Right.
United States, they were just stationed there.
Right, and
in Jordan, at the permission of the Jordanian government.
So, can I ask you a question? What sparked them to do that?
I'm gonna say it again. I don't give a damn what sparked what. They weren't minding. They were minding their own business, and they weren't attacking the Houthis.
Sarge, what caused those Houthis to attack over there?
Because they hate the United States and they're trying to provoke something.
No. What triggered that?
Because the United States is pledged and has always pledged its Navy to keep open international sea lanes, of which the Red Sea is one of them, and they were firing missiles at merchant ships conducting lawful commerce in international waters.
Right. Why were they shooting at those ships?
Because they were bringing supplies to Israel. Like Israel doesn't have a right to get resupplied.
So the reason was Israel, right?
Let me say it again. The United States Navy has been committed since the 19th century to keep open international lines of commerce for sea traffic. That's nothing new. The Houthis were attacking merchant shipping in international waters, legally plying commercial trade.
All right, hold on for a second. Let me insert this right here. And Sarge may be correct, right? But there's another reason that they attack those ships out there. Those people eat off of those coasts, right? And whenever you got those big old vessels out there, it's actually killing the sea life by the fuel and all this kind of stuff. And those people are starving whenever these big old ships. So at some point in time, they started taking action against them killing their food supply. They don't even add that to the conversation whenever they talk about why these people are attacking the ship. Now the Houthis might have a whole nother reason for it, but I know the people from what was that, Somalia or whoever the fuck it was, Yemeni or whoever the fuck it was, they actually said that that's why they started attacking those ships, because of they're killing their food supply. Now you can go ahead, Sarge.
You believe that, do you? You believe that?
Sarge, you know how much gas the have you ever been on a cruise ship and looked behind it?
Right.
So wait a minute. So you're saying that means they can attack merchant ships in international waters?
After years and years of killing their fucking food, Sarge, that's gonna piss somebody off.
All right. So that means that, wherever ships go in the world, since some diesel fuel gets spilled, therefore, anybody who says you're killing our food supply is shooting at ships in international water.
They polluting the goddamn water. Every ship that move, every plane that move, every car that move leaves fucking pollution. And those ships are fucking polluting the goddamn seas.
Well, that's why they're attacking the motherfuckers, and they better look out
I said, no.
I said that hitting on their head any day now.
No, I said
that's what they want to do. Then let them deal with the consequences of their actions if it's that important to them.
I said that's part of the reason. I didn't say that's the main reason.
All right, whatever. Hey, the Germans had a good reason to sink our ships too before April 19 and 17. They were trying to keep our munitions from the British. So they were sinking our ships. We said, oh, fuck no, you ain't going to do that. It's war, motherfucker. And bam, we was at war with Germany. Plus, they sent a telegram to the Mexicans saying, if you come in on our side, we'll give you back Arizona, Texas, and New Mexico.
Oh, man, sorry.
I mean, if you want to deal with the consequence of a war, well, just keep doing that shit.
Well, I don't know the stories about the Houthis.
I mean, goddamn, okay, they might have a reason for doing what they're doing, but okay, let's see how you prevail with that reason.
Let me Google it.
I mean, diesel fuel getting spilled. I mean, what's new about that?
It's killing fucking goddamn big food.
So you're saying me that's the reason?
I'm saying that's part of the reason, Sarge. I didn't say that was the reason.
I don't believe it.
You ain't got to believe it. Hell, just let me Google it.
No. That's just a at best a rationale. I mean, you don't believe Putin's propaganda, do you?
No, but you do, because Tucker Carlson is over there.
No, I listen to what is said, and I make up my own mind on each and everything.
What do you think about Tucker Carlson?
I don't automatically believe him or any politician, ours included, and that certainly goes to the politician of another country.
What do you think about Tucker Carlson going
any
over?
Other country, even our ally.
What do you think about Tucker Carlson going over to Russia?
I think a journalist does things like that. He gets journalist coup. That's a journalistic coup to speak with the head of a major world power for any reason.
So do you think Vladimir Putin is not a bad guy now?
I swear to God, man. I don't know how you can extrapolate that from what I just said.
I didn't. I just asked you a completely separate goddamn question. So answer the goddamn.
You run out of arguments, and all you can do is distort the things that I say.
I didn't. I just asked you a completely separate goddamn question.
Okay, the answer to your question is no. I don't believe that makes him a good guy. I believe it makes Tucker Carlson in possession of a journalistic coup, as I just said.
Do you think Vladimir Putin is a bad guy?
I think, yeah, he does some pretty bad things. He's ruthless.
So why would Donald Trump say that Vladimir Putin is a good guy?
Ask Donald Trump. I'm not responsible for Donald Trump or what he says.
But you're supporting Trump.
Yes. Doesn't mean I support every goddamn thing he says.
That makes no sense.
You make no sense.
You agree with his views, clearly.
What does that got to do with the price of tea in China?
One of his views is
that... I agree about Putin?
Yeah, one of his views is that...
And what do you think Trump's views on Putin is?
That Trump is a good guy. That Putin is a good guy. He said it.
Okay. What Putin said is that he believes Putin is a good leader for his people.
Do you?
I think that in some degree he represents the interests of most of the Russians in his state. Yes.
Well, that is.
He certainly is speaking up for the ethnic Russians in the provinces and oblasts of Ukraine called Donetsk and Luhansk, who were victims of Ukrainian atrocities and brutalities. They seem to think he speaks for them. It's not my country. It's not my fight. I ain't got no dog in that fight. I don't want to be involved in it.
Yeah,
Oh, I got spam on my computer, I guess.
I mean, I do not want to be involved in that fight. That ain't my fight, man. That's theirs. Let them
But whenever the political candidate that you're promoting runs around here and promotes Vladimir Putin, and you're saying that Putin is a bad guy, don't you think that's a bad decision that Donald Trump is making?
I think Putin is a leader of his country, and in some respects, not only is he shrewd and ruthless, he's also pretty effective, and he has the support of most of his people. Now, when he says things like blaming the CIA for the Nord Stream pipeline explosion, hey, that sounds reasonable to me given what we know about it and what Victoria Nuland and people in the State Department and Joe Biden himself said prior to the explosion. I don't know if I'm not saying the United States had a hand in it or not, or the CIA, but I'm saying it's not an unreasonable conclusion.
Yeah, it's clearly unreasonable coming from Putin, Sarge. Why would you believe anything that motherfucker said?
Listen, I didn't say coming from Putin. I said coming from what Victoria Nuland in the State Department said and what Joe Biden said publicly in an address. They're not going to complete the Nord Stream pipeline. Said no matter what, it's not going to be completed.
So is that a bad thing?
I am simply trying to put the onus on who caused the explosion for whatever reason, good or bad.
Okay, so who's the onus on then?
What?
Who's the onus on? You saying Joe Biden had something to do with it?
All right, let's look at what it did to our allies. As a result of the Nord Stream pipeline explosion, our allies like Germany and others were short of heating oil in the winter.
Okay.
Let's look at what happened. I think for them it was pretty bad. I'm glad I'm not a European, and I'm glad at the time Donald Trump had us largely energy independent. So we don't have to worry about no motherfucker blowing up our pipeline.
Oh, I meant to ask you about that. Right now, Joe Biden gas and his economics is way better than Donald Trump's and have been for a couple of months.
Yeah, you haven't seen the latest thing from the Bureau of Labor Statistics either.
Here we go.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. See, that's what I mean. Now, see, I'm quoting a government agency of which Joe Biden is in charge of, and you want to scoff. You don't even want to hear what it is.
Yeah, right.
This is what I mean when I say you guys are dishonest. I would think you would say, well, what did they say, Sarge? No.
What
lies
they said, Sarge? Go ahead.
It didn't come from Fox News.
It came from what? Newsmax?
See, what I just said what came from. You don't pay attention to it. Then you go on and do a little straw man thing. Let me say again what came. It came from the United States Government Bureau of Labor Statistics. Not Fox News. God, you people are tiresome with
So you saying that Trump had a better economy than Biden? Is that what you're saying?
Not what I said. You were talking about Joe Biden's rollicking economy.
Okay, so let me ask you straight up. Which one had a better economy? Trump or Biden?
I was responding to your comment about that.
Okay, so which one had a better economy, Trump or Biden? Talk to me.
Donald Trump had an infinitely better economy because it was devoid of most of the inflation that just destroys any gains people make in wages. Have you seen the price of mortgages and mortgage interest?
You're confused.
Nobody can buy a house.
The mortgage is not the only thing in the economy, Sarge.
Oh, it's not the only thing, but that's a big thing for most people who desire to own a house.
Okay, but
that's the American dream.
That's not the only.
Or have you forgotten that once upon a time it was expected that anyone making the average or above the average salary would be able to afford their own home at one point? Most people. That is no longer true today.
That is not the only measure of the economy, though. So
all right, why don't you give me an example of why the economy is so booming and so great?
The unemployment rate, Sarge.
All right, I'm getting unemployment. Okay, well, I was about to cast some aspersions on that with the Bureau of Labor Statistics report.
Okay, so it's better than.
They were saying that they overestimated the jobs that have been added to the economy by about 2.8 million.
That's just an accusation you're making right now.
I swear to God, man. It's a report from
I'm
the
looking
Bureau
at
of
the
Labor.
goddamn report. It's
accusation.
on the goddamn
It's
screen.
a report.
It's on the screen. The Bureau of Labor and Statistics.
So why are you calling it an accusation?
Because you call it an overestimation. That's an actual jobs number.
That's from the report.
What?
That's not my opinion about it.
Oh God.
It's what they said about their employment situation summary.
And here's manufacturing jobs, way better than Trump's. Inflation.
Okay.
Stocks. Income. Economic growth, that's about the same. Exports is better. Yeah, it's a better economy, man.
One more time, the rampant inflation cancels out the gains in employment for most people. Their real wages have diminished because of inflation. Everything costs more.
All right. Well, look, guys, I didn't realize it was so late yelling at Sarge. I'm finna get off here and YouTube. You guys can call into the number at 717-908-1834 and then call in. I'm gonna open these lines up. Sarge, you're a real champ. I appreciate you calling in.
Q&A session is over. All participants are unmuted.
Appreciate you calling in, going back and forth with me, but I'm gonna have to holler at y'all in a minute. So y'all take it easy.
Better luck next time.
All right, man.
Muted.